yo. Good morning and welcome to Cape Town, to Claremont Cricket Club. You are with us for the Over-55 International Cricket Tournament, proudly hosted by the Mother City. It is day 2, T20 cricket is on show, and our first match is slightly delayed, but we are about to get underway. Zimbabwe against Wales. Earlier today, Zimbabwe won the toss and they decided to make first use of the bowling conditions. Wales coming into this fixture on the back of a victory against the USA by 14 runs, and Zimbabwe going down to Australia by a narrow margin of 2 wickets. So for Zim, an opportunity to put things right. For Wales, maybe 2 out of 2. Well, they have to do the business up front with bat in hand. Geraint Davies and David Herbert opening up proceedings. David Herbert will take the first ball, and Jimmy White will be bowling for Zimbabwe from the top end. Brilliant to have the over-55s in Cape Town. Big tournament, big opportunities. And David Herbert is going to then take the first ball. Our standing umpires, Alvin Pillay first up, and Jeff Charlesworth at square leg, as we get underway with, let's call it a loosener. Probably some stiff muscles after a productive day out in the field. And a gift of a first run to Wales. So Jeff Charlesworth is from Australia. His wife touring with him, loving every minute of the South African hospitality and the cricket conditions. And Alvin Pillay from South Africa. It's also down the leg side, another wide, so that's 2 freebies on offer for Wales. Alvin Pillay played a bit of cricket for Eerste Rivier, spent a bit of time in Paarl, and nowadays a resident of Cape Town. So important to hit your areas up front. You don't want to release what could be potential early pressure. That's a fully, and it's going to be called a no ball. So that's 3 free runs up front and a free hit. And that's exactly what you want as an opening batter. You can now have a full go. Throw the kitchen sink at this, David Herbert. David from Cardiff Cricket Club. And if ever there was an early Christmas present, it's exactly this moment. Wide, no ball, and you can't change the field. So he can afford to have a full go, and I'm sure he will. Geraint Davies. Moves slightly, then flicks it down the leg side. It's racing towards the fence, so it's wide, no ball 4. From a Zimbabwe perspective, it's a bit of a nightmare start. David Herbert, 58 years young. Again, just misses his line. Great fielding in the inner circle, protecting what could have been more than a couple. That's another single. So David Herbert has had the best of a start that's been given to him by Zimbabwe. David, one of the hobbies includes rugby, of course. And Wales will be very happy with what happened in the Six Nations in the past weekend, finally finishing and ending that Six Nations drought with a win against Italy. But France winning the title, successfully defending that title, one down the leg side again, another wide. Steve Tandy's men doing the business against Italy, but France winning the Six Nations for a record 8th time. Went down to the wire. Ireland's win against Scotland, propelling them to the top of the log. But there was a lot of focus on what Wales could do, and the cricketers, they built on that yesterday with a good performance against USA. And Zimbabwe, well, falling apart in this first over. It's already 10 runs on the board. Geraint Davies, also 54 years young. Had a very productive 2025, scoring 5 tons, 500.
It's manual.
That included 136 not out during his second Wales appearance against Worcestershire. It's just brilliant to have the senior talent, those who contributed so much to the game, have the opportunity to play in this sort of tournament. Not only in South Africa, across the world. Well, it's just Jimmy White missed his mark completely. I wonder if it's worth his while changing and coming around the wicket to the left-hander. It's going to be a very long over, and not the start Zimbabwe was looking for, especially after they won the toss and they decided to bowl. Herbert on 5, Davies to get off the mark, the rest all in extras. Slightly short, cut away, chance! Oh, he's grasped it. Well, that's cricket for you. You can have a nightmare start, and then that one opportunity comes and it's dropped at backward point. Zimbabwe are missing an opportunity up front, and that would have been a big strike. Getting rid of Geraint Davies, especially with his score on 0, that's what the doctor would have ordered. And you would have taken the 11 for 1 with the nightmare start. That wickets column, you would have said you've made up for it. That's the first full delivery on the stumps, and just dropped away to mid-on. There's a cover fielder on the boundary and mid-wicket on the fence. That's the 2 fielders allowed outside the inner circle. Then you have a short fine leg, sort of a second slip more than first, and then backward point. It's more in a gully area as well. This is a much better finish to the over from Zimbabwe, but still 11 conceded. Herbert on 5, Davies to get off the mark. Jimmy White will be interesting to see if he gets another over.
I just finished over 12. 12 all over.
Okay, so you bowled to
Number 8, eh?
number 8.
Number 8.
Okay, that is Arderne.
So Zimbabwe will want a much better second over from the top, from umpire Charlesworth's end. And that's Andre LaRue that's been entrusted with bringing them back, making the batters play, make that new ball talk. Keeper and slip, third man in the circle. Keeping the 2 protective fielders exactly the same as the previous over. So there's a cover boundary sweeper and a square leg on the boundary as well. Great to see the tourists in South Africa, cricketers on my left, which you won't see, but the big job being done by those in charge of the physio department. Players lying on the beds and getting some massages. Had a big day of cricket yesterday. Kind conditions. Last week was pretty difficult. I think this tournament came at the right time, because last week was difficult. Temperatures early 40s, but not this week. Driving into Cape Town this morning, temperature was around 22 degrees. Partly cloudy, no rain predicted. It's not the rainy season in Cape Town for our international viewers. So it's cricket-friendly conditions. David Herbert, 5 or 5. Good start by Andre LaRue. That's a nice length, like that from Andre LaRue. Just bringing him forward, and Herbert won't take chances just yet. They've been gifted 11 runs of that first over. Yes, there was a chance for Zimbabwe, which they grasped, unfortunately. It's all about building pressure for LaRue. Oh, he's just on that length. That's just experience for you, for our younger viewers. That it's all about the process. Just keep hitting the areas, 4 dots. That's what the captain would have wanted. after an indifferent first over. Short runner. And he forces the shot, which Herbert gets through the gap, and that's running away fast outfield and should get to the fence. Well, no, it's going to be pulled back by the fielder, but can't stop the two. That was good from Andre Leroux. He's asking Herbert to do something different. He's keeping his lines and lengths. And he says, okay, David, see if you want to go over the top. And finally, David's patience ran out. And he said, okay, it's time to just, I won't even say a shot of aggression. He just went through the line. And now they've moved that fielder straighter. Lovely off the hips. He likes it there. Nice wrist work from Herbert, but he can't beat the inner circle. Brings to an end Andre Leroux's first over that only cost you. Score 13 without the loss of a wicket. Davis still to get off the mark. Herbert on 7. A good over from Andre Leroux. T20 cricket, our focus for the first couple of days, and then we go over to the longer format with a rest day in between, which I'm sure the players will appreciate. It gives them an opportunity to also go around Cape Town, see, you'll do some sightseeing, maybe rest some tired bodies, spend some time in the water. No surprise, I asked if there was going to be another over, which it's not. It's a forced change, and Rory McWade comes into the attack for Zim. Jimmy White's first over costing 11, and Captain Gavin Lindsay says, maybe not working at the moment. The new ball is doing a bit much. Let's rather protect and come back later, change the strategy, bring Jimmy White when the ball's slightly older. That's a good one, and an appeal first up from Rory McWade, and now with the arms on the head, and umpire Pillay says no, not today. So they've built up 7 good deliveries now on the trot. Slightly straight, but can't get it into the gap. So unfortunately for Geraint Davis, he's still stuck on naught. Exactly the same field placing as what we've had in the first 2 completed overs. That's the big shot out of anger. Has it got enough wheels to carry? Just short, but that's the way to get off the mark. Geraint Davis helps himself to a boundary, and he's just had enough. 7 balls faced, and finally he identified one that could be a scoring opportunity. Knocked a couple directly to the fielders, but finally released those arms, and it's a risk-free shot because the inner circle, 2 fielders in protecting 1. I always say, don't set your field for indifferent deliveries. Nothing wrong with that one from Rory McWade, but just slightly full, and that gave Davies the opportunity to release the arms. The follow-up delivery is so important. He misses his mark. That's flicked to the fine leg fence. That's unprotected, but they'll have to run here. Doesn't have enough to get to the fence. Long chase. Another 2 to the Geraint Davis. So he goes 4-2 back-to-back. 6 off the last 2 deliveries. So Rory McWade's first over, costing 6 with 2 deliveries to come. 19 without the loss. Wells off to a good start. Well, I think about it, but not completely risk-free in a gap where they could have comfortably gone through for 1. He wants to finish strong, Rory McWade. Maybe get something slightly fuller angling towards that first slip cordon. At the moment, just too straight and on the pads and slightly full. Oh, that's a good one again. Big appeal. Umpire Pillay says no. That's 2 denials from umpire Pillay. Hands on the head again from McWade, but it's a bowler for you. They'll always think that it's out. And that's their job. Over costing 6, 19 without the loss of a wicket. Run rate 7.3. It's just that first over of 11 that really cost Zimbabwe. Just put them on the back foot slightly. It looks like Leroux will get his second over, and why not? Very economical. good lengths that was hit by him. Herbert 7, Davies 6. The rest in the extras column. Captain and fielder thinking about a field change. They're going to bring that square leg fielder towards the inner circle, which gives them the opportunity to drop one back, and that is the long off for the left-hander. Long off has gone to the boundary. So what they've seen is that David Herbert, when it's up there, he doesn't mind having a go, but I'm sure David Herbert will change his approach with the fielder back. Now they make another change. The fielder out of the circle will remain the same position, but they've just selected someone else to run down to the boundary. And that gives LaRue the protection to keep it up there. So not a bad idea from Zimbabwe. And there we go. Just keeps knocking away at that area. And immediately what that does, David Herbert says, okay, well, you've taken away that opportunity. Now I'm going to angle my bat and see if I can run it down to third. But again, that's what they want from a Zimbabwe perspective. There is a third man in the circle, and he's fairly deep. So I don't think it's a single scoring opportunity for Wales. This one is full and whipped away into the gap. Timing is good as well, and it's to the fence for 4. Very smart cricket from Wales, and David Herbert specifically. He goes on to 11, reaches double figures. Nice wrist work from David Herbert. So it's a good tussle this between Andre LaRue and Herbert, and I think Herbert will be best served to play straight. Looks very strong when he does that. Also strong on the legs. You could see in the previous overs that he likes the wrist work. And he is strong there. LaRue. That's an opportunity. It's grassed again. Would you believe it? That's 2 big opportunities missed by Zimbabwe. I was just praising him for his wrist work and how he works the ball off the legs. And he took the bait and hit it straight to the fielder. And unfortunately, from a Zimbabwe perspective, it's been put down yet again. And this time, the guilty party is Miles Hopper. It's again straight, it's over the top. That's what he wanted to do with the previous delivery, and that's cost Zimbabwe another 4. Oh, they could have had 2 in that wickets column. So Davies and Herbert has been given a life. Herbert moves to 15. Davies was on 6, 27 without the loss of a wicket. That brings about another change from LaRue. He's moving his arms like a traffic official. He's brought one of the fielders that protected one on the offside onto the onside for that wrist work and that whip off the pads. Slightly aerial from Herbert. But this is a very good battle between LaRue and Herbert specifically. Asking some good questions. Should have had a wicket. Should have, could have. Well, that's not going to be in the comment section. Scores 27 without the loss of a wicket. Well, he goes for it. It's safe. It will bounce a couple of times. Will it be cut off? Big work needed to be done. That's good football skills from the man on the field, which I'm sure Wales will appreciate as well. 2 more added to the tally. 29 without the loss of a wicket. That over costing 10.
29.
So he goes and it's a nice playing everyone. These mothers just scored. These mothers they got a hiding this week. I said, what does the score? He says they were out 35.
So also opportunity to greet all our
We scored 35 right.
fans from Zimbabwe and our fans from Wales. Good morning to you.
No.
Local time 10 to 11. Lovely to have your company. Thank you for watching Vets Cricket over 55s. Hope that you're enjoying our coverage and that you will continue to do so through the course of the week, where we show you some of the beautiful parts of the Western Cape. This tournament moving around somewhat in the next couple of days. Oh, that's a lovely shot, but it's going to bounce once to the fielder. So 1 to Davies, 30 without the loss of a wicket. Nice and productive start this for Wales. Rory McWade, 2 shots for LBW in his first over that was turned down by umpire Pillay. Nice and straight. Won't beat the man that is doing the cover work for Zimbabwe. Just moved around very nicely and quickly, sharply. Gavin Lindsay. That's really good. Just off a hand or arm in the air from Rory McWade, touched the pad on the way to the keeper, so therefore not called wide. Now they drop the man back to the boundary. So long off for the left-hander is straight next to the side screen. So they're anticipating a shot in anger. Well, you can't bowl there. That's too straight, and again just whipped around the corner. Didn't get the full piece of the blade, so that's going to only be a single to Geraint Davies. It's wonderful to see that so many still playing this great game at the age of 60, 65, and that the platform is there for them to still play. I think it's wonderful. Maybe a local club story. I played with a cricketer last year. We call him Oop, so that's Afrikaans for grandfather. Oupa is Afrikaans for grandfather. Oops, the abbreviation. And he was still opening the batting in our team at the age of 61. And that's not in a Vets League or a Over-55s League. That's a normal club scene in Cape Town. That's the real legends, those who continue to give back and bring through the younger generation, show them the ropes. For me, these cricketers need to be celebrated throughout for what they've done for the game, continue to do for the game, and the ambassadors that they are for their countries. 33 on the board. Herbert 19, Davis 8. They're keeping Andre Leroux on. I like the Herbert Leroux battle. To me, is a very nice one to observe. Well, you're asking him to tuck one around the corner again. It's too full for that. Dug out Yorker length. Leroux thought that he had his man, almost went through the defence. For me, he's looked the most likely out of the 3 bowlers that we've seen to pick up a wicket. I just wonder if that long off, I would bring him halfway. Oh, that's exactly what I was talking about. Will he ask him to go around the corner again? It's in that area, and Herbert, he loves pulling it across towards the leg side. It's a favoured area. It's a scoring area for him. I must say, easy again to sit with the microphone and do your field changes. But I would move that fielder that's around the corner behind square. I would move him to the boundary and bring my long off into the circle. It trickles down past the leg stump. I've just seen enough of David Herbert to understand that he loves the leg side. So for that reason, I would put my 2 fielders protecting the boundary on the leg side and then bring the long off into the circle and ask him to go over the top on the offside. It's just a nudge into a gap and brings one. Also good rotation. 38 without the loss in the 6th over. So Leroux 2 balls shy of completing 3. He's gone for 17. We'll finish this over and then bring Mark Davies into commentary. And we did this last year and I really enjoyed it, especially the Welsh contingent always willing to talk, and it's really fantastic to have them in our country. There's a big shout. Played around it, but the umpire this time it's Mr. Charlesworth from Australia. Says no, Mr. LaRue. Didn't do enough for me to give you a favourable decision. 38 without the loss of a wicket, 6 overs gone. Herbert has 24, Davies has 8. Mark Davies. Davies is, I must say, when you say Wales, Davies is normally a surname that you'll associate, and it's rugby terms. A lot of Davies in rugby terms. Can I start on the rugby theme? I know it's cricket that we're focusing on. How proud are you of Steve Tandy and his players finally getting over the line for Wales and the Six Nations against an Italian side that has really improved over the last couple of years? I mean, they showed that against England with an historic victory, but sitting here as a Welshman today at a cricket field in South Africa, how proud are you?
Oh, I'm very proud. You're quite fortunate there that I played rugby with Steve as well back in Wales. I know Steve pretty well. We're from the same town. And he's doing a fantastic job, firstly as a young coach with the Ospreys, which is my team from back home. Obviously went up to Scotland and around the world a bit, and he's come back to Wales, put together a good coaching team, and they certainly responded to his methods. And to see them beat Italy, which was probably a result a lot of Welsh public didn't expect at the start of the season, was great to see. So yeah, the two left-handers made a good start for us here. I think we've just come out of the power play now, so the field has gone back a little bit. So hopefully we'll see the scoreboard rotated a little bit more now, with some gaps in the field appearing and some singles and twos for the two boys that are batting.
What this tournament does is it brings nations together. Great start yesterday with a win against USA by 14 runs. I'm not going to ask you about South Africa just yet, maybe just for our viewers and especially those in Zimbabwe. How big is cricket as a sport, and especially at vets level in Wales?
Oh, it's a huge sport in Wales. We've obviously got Glamorgan County Cricket Club as our main sort of professional side, and the Welsh Fire now as well, which is including the female game. Welsh Veterans has really taken off the last 4 or 5 years. We've got 4 teams now competing in the ECB Championship, and the first team play at ODI level against most of the big nations and regulars really in the World Cups and these types of tournaments.
Let's go through this delivery. I'm gonna pose the question. Well, I won't have time. Let's just wait for this delivery. Rory McQuaid. Oh, it's a big heave from David Herbert, and that shows a bit of pressure building, because you've suddenly look up and it's 4 dots and you want to have a release shot. There's a protection on the square leg boundary, but there was something that we haven't seen from David just yet. But Mark, what I want to ask you is why a lot of people might watch this and argue and say at 55 or 60 or 65 you're in the prime of your life, go and enjoy fishing and things that you didn't get to because cricket kept you busy from the age of 10 or 11, and you've played 50 or 40 years. Why is cricket still, for you personally, why is cricket still an attractive draw card at this level?
Well, obviously I played cricket all my life from a young boy through my sort of adulthood into later stages in life, and this opportunity to play against countries from other parts of the world that's a great pick-up from Dave there. He's just pushed it out to deep mid-wicket. It's just a great opportunity to keep connected. The veteran side of it, I've met players who I played against when I was in my 20s from other countries as well, so that's been a fantastic experience, and my family are here with me, so for them to come and travel to South Africa and Sri Lanka back in last March is a great opportunity for them as well.
Talking about the travelling aspect, and I'm going to take South Africa out of this because I think it's very unfair as a South African commentator asking someone what's your favourite destination of travel. So South Africa aside, what's been some of the nicer places that you've visited through the game of cricket?
Well, this is my first visit here. I've been to Cape Town a couple of times. I was lucky enough to play up in Pretoria for a couple of seasons back in the early 90s. I've been out to Sri Lanka, New Zealand, Australia, the West Indies. So I'm pretty well travelled really as a cricketer. So but it's great to come back. I just don't think you can ever get enough of this backdrop to Claremont Cricket Club. It's awe-inspiring.
So we bring you here strategically because the euro is pretty strong against the rand. So we want you to buy property and invest. And it's strategic. Everything happens strategically here. It's just tongue in cheek, obviously, for our viewers. Cape is it's a wonderful place. It's home of Stormers Rugby and Western Province Cricket. Their ladies team did very well. They won the CSA Provincial 50 over competition against the Lions this past weekend. A lot of joy in ladies cricket that you talk about. That's nicely whipped around the corner, and not the first time that we've seen David Herbert pull off that shot and get that result. From a camaraderie perspective, this Welsh team, do you spend a lot of time together? Are you very familiar with each other, or is this just an opportunity to also build and bond and get to know one another at a different level?
So this comes at the tail end of our winter really, so we haven't had any opportunity to play before coming out here. But we had 6 or 7 net practice sessions, and a lot of us know each other. Wales is obviously a far smaller country than South Africa, and a lot of the players have played against each other and with each other for a number of years. So yeah, we're a pretty tight bunch. We like each other's company, and it's great that a lot of us have brought our families with us as well, which brings the group even tighter.
Oh, was that on? It wasn't on the. So I thought initially it might have dropped down, but Andre Leroux establishes the breakthrough, and there's David Herbert. They've just moved the player for that shot. We helped himself to another boundary down the leg side. They'd moved the player back. I spoke about that a couple of overs ago, and I thought that was best served from a Zimbabwe perspective, based on David Herbert being that strong on the legs, and they made the change, and then finally asked David to go over the top, and this time he hit it straight to the fielder. Andre Leroux gets his reward in his final over, and it is the end of David Herbert. He walks back for 29. He gave his team the perfect start, 44, that opening partnership. Gets the applause from the Welsh crowd and his teammates as well. Did a good job. Michael Cann, well, what a seasoned campaigner. I mean, I'm going to give the mic to you, Mark. Michael Cann, I've had the privilege of commentating when Michael Cann has played. He is a true professional, and he's done it all in cricket terms.
Yes, he certainly has. I first played against Mike when he was a young player with Glamorgan County Cricket Club, and I was making my way in the game with the Welsh Schools Cricket Association, and we used to play Glamorgan in a friendly. Mike is a couple of years older than me, so always someone I looked up to. And then we ended up playing a couple of years together with Glamorgan, fortunately, before Mike went and made his way out to South Africa and spent a bit of time up in Griqualand and West and the Free State and Bowland. So yeah, you're right, he is a very well-travelled cricketer and an absolutely fantastic person.
Yeah, I can't agree more, and I want to actually say that about your whole group, and that's just the friendliness. I was standing after the anthems, and get to that point now as Andre Leroux runs away to Mike Cann, beats him outside off, asked him to go on the drive. I was watching the camaraderie and the team photo, and it's wonderful to see players shaking hands before the time, almost like football related, that traditional handshake. But there's just something bigger. I think you really appreciate, as someone coming through the ranks and playing cricket at a competitive level, you get to this level, and it's about friendships. It's about building bonds and taking the game of cricket elsewhere. And I just think this is a remarkable platform. It's knocked away from Mike Cann. He's very strong on the offside. He'll think 3 and he'll get 3. He's made his name in South Africa as well. So if you are watching as a South African viewer and Mike Cann rings a bell, it is the right Mike Cann. But maybe just touching on that, the friendships, the beer afterwards, sitting together and talking about life in your country and what cricket has done for you. It's this platform where you celebrate it. Yes, competitive. It's competitive out there in the middle, but the friendships, that's what you take home.
Oh, certainly the friendships you make on the field. I mean, today we've got Wales v Zimbabwe, probably two of the smaller cricket nations in the world, but both enjoy each other's company. We had a few beers in the World Cup with each other, and we had a good time. So it's good to catch up with some friends. Yeah, definitely veterans cricket. Keeps you motivated, not just physically. To keep training in the gym and working hard and looking after your diet, to try and stay in shape, but also mentally as well. It's excellent that and Geraint has just picked one up off his legs and deposited it over wide long on for the first 6 of the match. Absolutely fantastic shot. Geraint plays at the same club as me, Pontyddulais Cricket Club, just west of Swansea. It's our centenary year, it's 150th year this year as a club. So a big year for us, and the club are very proud that we got 3 members from Pontyddulais here. Myself, Geraint Davis and Paul Evans.
Wonderful to talk to you, Mark, and thank you for all your insights. You talk about Zimbabwe cricket, and I won't let you go just yet. We'll get some more out of you, but Zimbabwe had a great T20 World Cup that's just passed, and I think Sikandar Raza played a big role in the leadership department, and the belief that they've instilled with themselves and how they almost played above their weight, and I mean that in great respect. But I think the picture that goes back to Zimbabwe cricket is a positive one, and that means that youngsters take up the game and they see people performing, and there's so much talent going around the world, and especially in T20 cricket where anyone can beat anybody at any given time. Zimbabwe, as a case in point, showed that in the recent T20 World Cup that was won by India, beating New Zealand in the final. South Africa currently touring New Zealand in a T20 series where 4 players had their first match in game number 1. South Africa asked to chase 176, I think it is. We'll get up to date with that shortly. But just closing thoughts, Mark. What are you most looking forward to away from cricket in this week in South Africa? Is there something that you marked and said, hey, we want to go up Table Mountain, or we want to go do this specifically as a family?
A team to follow. They will also tell you, wrong.
Table Mountain is obviously a big tick in the box if you can get up there on a clear day. We've been out to Robben Island before. I think we go to Franschhoek tomorrow. But myself and the family, we've taken the opportunity as we come in this far to stay out for a few days after the event finishes, and we're going down the coast to Hermanus and hopefully do a little bit of whale watching down there. And I don't mean me in my shorts on the beach, but try and see some whales out in the ocean, which I think will be a fantastic experience for us.
I want to say thank you for your thoughts. I'm going to travel with Wells, not back home, but through the course of the week. I've got Wells later this week as well, and I'm sure we'll catch up. But wonderful to get your thoughts, and thank you for visiting South Africa. Thank you for bringing your family, and thank you for being ambassadors for Wells in the Vets department. And best of luck for today and the rest of what's left of this fixture against them.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we've got great coverage from yourselves, and I know these live streams are going certainly back to Wales, and we've got a great following back home with us. Lots of people working from home for the next couple of weeks watching these YouTube streams. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope the game goes well for us.
Those then the thoughts of Mark Davies, who we'll talk about later in the course of today. But back to what's happening on the scoreboard. Nice and bright start from Mike Gann. Looks to be the aggressor, Wayne Parham, that has taken over. His first over, 2 runs off his first 3 deliveries. I think Zimbabwe have done well to claw back. They've conceded 11 off that first over. It was not the ideal start, but they've done well. It's 56 for 1 in the 9th over, and Geraint Davis just showing signs of aggression, taking the fight to Zimbabwe, upping that run rate. Mark was talking about the fielders that's allowed out of the circle now, that restrictions has been released. Run rate has dropped down to under 7. It's still good from a Welsh perspective, but at one stage it was 7.5, 8. Oh, that's a great delivery from Wayne Parham. Reduced the false stroke. Davis will go to 15, so he's less than a runner ball, and maybe he's just feeling it slightly and saying, I need to up my individual run rate. Mike Gann will always play the aggressor game. That's just his nature. two left-handers at the crease. That's too short. You don't want to bowl there to Mike Can. And that should race away for another boundary. I think it will have enough legs on it. Indeed it does. It's too short to Mike Can.
Okay, you can use this, man.
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? You know?
9 overs gone, 62 for 1.
Yeah, I thought I would do.
Alright, change the ball around. Number 18.
Nalaka Fernando is introduced into the attack in our first spin on offer this morning. Partnership of 18. Davies on 15, Can on 10. So I'm just curious to see what Davies specifically does. Is he feeling that he needs to up the ante slightly? I don't think he needs to, because in Mike Can he is an able partner that can turn it on at any given stage. From a field perspective, you won't see the full field, so just to paint the picture for you, on the offside there's a play on the offside boundary, cover boundary, and then 2 on the leg side boundary, one that's backward of square and one that's mid-wicket based, and then also long off has been pushed back, and it looks like long on will go back, and they'll bring backward square into the inner circle. Well, no, they won't. They'll just change the individual fielder that's responsible of looking after saving that boundary option. So that's the 5 players out
You don't even end it.
in the inner circle. Nalaka Fernando. Here he goes. You want to have just a little watch first, Geraint Davis. What does Fernando do with the ball? End of season conditions in South Africa. These pitches have been used from end of August, September, and it's now middle March. So spin always a good option. That's unfortunately for Davies, can't beat the fielder. It whistled off the bat and was hit with some force to Wayne Parham.
But I didn't think it would be overcast and humid now.
Oh, it's lovely from Fernando. That's beautiful. But I'm sure Wales will be keeping a close eye on this, see what the pitch is doing. These spinners will be excited by what they're seeing already in the first 3 deliveries from Nalaka Fernando. Slightly slower and more flighted. Well, that is a free scoring shot, but what they've done, it's interesting to watch the Zimbabwe field. So they've got almost 2 fielders backward of square and almost in a line behind one another. That's too short. It's not going to be called wide. So Fernando is building some pressure from his end. Are we going to see our first maiden? Davies, 15 of 23. Is the release shot coming? Is the shot in anger coming? It's dropped slightly short and again can't get it off the square. That's a brilliant over by Nalaka Fernando. It's a maiden, and that means we've reached the halfway stage of the innings. Wells going at 6.2 to the over. Davies has 15 of 24. Mike Can has 10 of 7. We'll take a quick drinks break and return when the players are back on the field. Welcome back to Claremont Cricket Club. It is day 2 of our over 55 international cricket tournament, T20 format. Wales against Zimbabwe this morning's fixture. I say this morning because we have another one this afternoon. USA and Australia going head to head. Australia beating Zimbabwe by 2 wickets on the opening day, and Wales taking care of the USA by 14 runs. Zimbabwe winning the toss, electing to bowl, but I'm sure Wales will be the happier of the teams at the halfway stage of this innings. 62 for 1, run rate 6.2, Davies 15, Can 10.
Yes, yes. No, I got that. Sorry, I didn't communicate that.
Wayne Parham
That's my.
has
That's
sent down 1 over that cost 8.
I am so sorry.
Umpire Alvin Pillay
They're not going to
just gives the thumbs up that we're about to resume. So our first over of spin as well from Zimbabwe. It was a maiden. Wayne Parham
So the wicket keeper,
will get us underway the second half of this specific innings.
Jones, no, the other one, Jamison is coming to. And then we still have Mr. Wayne. Please excuse my tardiness.
So he runs away from our commentary position and he goes to McCann. Calls the one out to the sweeper on the boundary. Immediately a run after the resumption. So from a Welsh perspective, they would have regrouped, said, okay, the foundation is there, 9 wickets in hand. Need to make the most of the next 10 overs. Try and get to, I'm sure they would take around 130, 140. All depends on that wickets column. Oh, that's a great shot. Beats the inner ring. Just lovely wrist work. And it's going to run away. That's on the quicker part of the outfield and will be 4. Graham Davis goes to 19. Zimbabwe bowled just a bit of a period of pressure, especially onto Graham Davis. But there's the release shot finally. 19 of 25. Does Wayne Parham change his field? He does. He drops back. Where the ball was hit from Davies, he's just put that man halfway towards the fence. And now the skipper says, well, halfway is not really a position, so let's rather put him back on the boundary and then bring backward point up in the inner circle. 3 fielders on the offside protecting 1,
I'm an independent scorer.
and then 2 on the leg side, but no one square leg. If he wants to pull this around the corner, that will be the shot, but that he just walks over 1 step and then goes straight. That's a brilliant shot from Graham Davis. Back-to-back boundaries, and suddenly he's on 23. Just good appreciation of the field set, the mindset, but still identifying the scoring opportunity. He's been there for a long enough period from the start of this innings, so he knows what the pace is of the pitch, the pace of the bowlers, and the mindset as well. There's a fielder back for that. Well, he's given just dished that up as a Christmas pudding, and that's a full toss, worked away towards the fence. 3 in a row, 4 from the bat of Graham Davies. And Wayne Parham leaking runs, 13 off it with 2 balls to spare, and that's just that illustrating that 140, maybe even increasing now. 7 to the over, that means they're on par for 140. Where does Parham go now? Down the leg side, there is protection, thankfully for Parham. Bounces twice before it gets to the fielder. Davies has made up. He was less than a runner ball for the majority of his innings now. He's exactly at 100% strike rate, 28 of 28. Can on 11. And that, with Davies cutting loose, that will give Can an opportunity just to get himself more accustomed to it. Although when it's there to be hit, Can will need no second invitation. And as I say that, he gets a nice friendly full toss outside off stump and knocks it straight to the fielder. Misfield gets him 1. Very productive over from a Welsh perspective, 15 off it. 77 for 1. First over after the drinks break has come and gone. Partnership of 33, 77 for 1 after 11. Davies 28, Can 12.
I would like.
Are you Mali?
I would like. When I asked you, didn't answer.
Hello, Johan.
But in the meantime, I'm
Johan.
not. What do you
Johan.
think?
Yeah.
Oh, we can take it out
If it
when
was
I'm
a Ewan, that would.
Like Welsh.
I was gonna say, trying to keep it bigger, and then
I'm going to have another guest commentator from the Welsh squad. Really love that. We don't get that in professional cricket where
so we going
the
to-
pros come and sit with you and talk a bit of cricket. But Malit Madhurasinghe is with me. Malit, did I do a good job of your pronunciation on your surname there?
That's the first thing I was going to say. You probably better than my own pronunciation. So well done, well done. I've been called a lot worse in my life, so I'll take that.
Oh, that's a good chuckle. I must say that I'll take that compliment. Thanks, Malit. Nice to have you in commentary. Nice to have you in South Africa. How are you enjoying the country?
Love it, yeah, love it. There's a few of us that have been here a couple of times actually. We were here 3 years ago for the 50s World Cup. Loved it then. We played here a couple of times and don't think the viewers can see the view that we have, but the backdrop is stunning here. It's stunning. So yeah, we thoroughly enjoying it so far.
Goes on the sweep. Can, oh, beats his man. Should have been stopped by Zimbabwe. That's naughty and that's 4. And you don't want to give Can free runs. He'll make you pay all day long. So Madhurasinghe is Sri Lankan surname, am I correct?
Correct, yeah, well spotted. So I was, the background is that I was born in Sri Lanka, left the country when I was about 6 or 7, and I've been in the UK and Wales now for 47, nearly 50 years now, so I paused there for a second because Geraint Davis looked just to pull up there with a bit of a tweak in his hammy maybe.
Things you don't want to hear in an over 55 side.
Things that you always hear but you don't want to hear in seniors cricket.
That's a classic.
So
He's been allowed to just cut loose in that previous over. That's good from his own perspective. He'll feel more settled now at the crease. Nalika Fernando has conceded 6, a maiden to start off with.
That's very much against the run of play. There were runs left, right and centre, and Fernando comes on and bowls a maiden. Very well bowled, sir.
Oh, it was there for Can. It was slightly slower, tossed up, and Can said, oh, I'm going to have some of this, but missed out. 83 for 1.
Beaten in the flight, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Well
absolutely.
bowled.
Can
Well
is
bowled.
just a class act, but Fernando too. So there's going to be
Yeah.
a good little battle
Good little
between
contest,
these two.
yeah.
Slightly shorter, rocks back. Can can't make contact. It's there to be hit. Can going through his process. So love for cricket in your family, where did the inspiration come from? Was cricket always part of the household that you grew up in?
Yeah, very much so. I'll just pause. So Can's just flicked it to mid-wicket and taken a quick single there. Yeah, so, you know, I was born in Sri Lanka, and in Sri Lanka, when you're at school, literally from the age that you can pick up a bat and a ball, you start the first break on a Monday playing a game of cricket, and you finish last break on a Friday. So it's part of the curriculum almost when you're at school. So that's how I grew up. My dad played, moved to Wales when I was the age of 10 or so, joined a local cricket club, and at the ripe old age I am now, I'm still at that cricket club. So yeah, it's been a part of my life, and started at home back in Sri Lanka, carried on in Wales when I got there. So yeah, part of the blood almost.
So as you grow up, you obviously have someone that you aspire to be, and you have a hero or couple. Who did you sort of grow up looking to and saying, I want to be the next XYZ?
Well, I think when I was at school, I thought I was a half decent cricketer, but then when you step up the levels, you realise actually you're not that good at all. So it was a bit of a blessing, really. When I got to sort of GCSE, sort of A-level age, I played a bit of representative cricket, and when you step up, you think, You went from a big fish in a small pond to a small fish in a very big pond. So I knew from a young age I was never going to make it as a professional cricketer. But you know, when I grew up, if you look at the Sri Lankan team, the boys and girls I looked up to were people like Sangakkara, Jayawardene, Chaminda Vas, Muralitharan, those sort of guys. But I struggled to watch a lot of Sri Lanka playing cricket because I was in the UK, I was in Wales, and televised matches were whoever England played. So when England played Sri Lanka, it was great, but you know, I didn't watch much of it, but I followed it with a passion online. So yeah.
I'm glad you say Kumar Sangakkara, now one of the broadcasters in world cricket. They changed the way cricket was played, elevating keepers to the top of the order, and utilising early stages. I'm not going to call it power plays. Early stages of a cricket game, and that, I think, Sangakkara and company, they changed one-day cricket.
Yeah. So if you remember the days of Jayasuriya, he was a pinch hitter without that name being bantered around those days. If you remember, in Sri Lanka there was a wicketkeeper called Kalawitharan. He came in and smashed it, and it sort of set a template before it became a thing. So and now with T20 and the way, you know, rightly or wrongly sometimes England plays, there's almost like a test match tends to be like a day of 50 over cricket. You know, so it has changed the complexion.
I mean, born in Sri Lanka, living in the UK, so you obviously follow the England setup, the Ashes, and everything that goes around that. The cricketers have such a, I mean, they're so exposed now. We watch them in white ball cricket across various formats. We watch them in Test match cricket. You hear Bazball, and you see a Brendan McCullum who played for New Zealand. South Africa taking a hiding against New Zealand today. That series is on level terms. The ladies this morning, South Africa winning to put their series on level terms. So it's a nice little storyline building up abroad in New Zealand specifically. I want to share a story with you. And I've been in broadcasting for close on 15 years now, but I also grew up with cricket and thought that I would become something, never became anything. And I was forced to sit behind a microphone, and that was the closest I would come to being in a national setup. But that's the path that life takes you. But from a vet's perspective, it's not about the individual, but I want to share the story. I hit my first century, having practiced to do it since the age of 11.
Right.
I hit my first century at the age of 39.
I'm sure it was very sweet when you did.
So a funny story, I was in the 90s. I'd never experienced any nervous 90s of anything. So I never knew we didn't have scoreboards sticking over, and it was based on paper-based scoring.
Yeah.
And my one friend ran on with drinks. That there was no drinks break. He created a drinks break. And he ran on and he said, "Johan, I don't know if I should tell you, but you're on 94. That was the slowest 6 runs of my innings. Suddenly all doubts came into my game, and pushing forward and prodding and everything went haywire. So the nervous 90s does exist. But I think the great story is that it can take you 27, 28 years of practice before you finally get your moment. That has been practiced many times. Oh, almost the one-hand blinder. That brilliant effort. A for effort. A plus for effort.
Excellent effort. It looked for all the world it was going to sail over for 6, but the Zimbabwe fielder managed to get a hand on it. So I think that might be the end of the over.
Yeah, it is indeed. So it's just the magic of cricket. That's why you go back, because you would never have perfected it. When you score 100, you want 150. When you score 150, you want 200. So you'll never perfect the art of this wonderful game.
But imagine the pressure you were under. Imagine being in a World Cup 50 over final, and the pressure these guys are under. I just can't comprehend it. But they're professional sportsmen. That's their job. So, you know, it's. We think we've got it hard here to get to our milestones, and these guys make it look very easy.
I'm curious, you spoke about when you made up your mind that you're probably never going to make it in inverted commas. You are representing Wales. What did it feel like the first time when you put on the Wales jumper, having maybe not had that thoughts ever in your career to say, "Vets, I'm going to play for my country"? when you've finally got the jumper? What's that feeling like?
So I get asked this quite a lot actually, and it's fascinating because when I was reaching 50, I thought I'd stop and start playing golf and things like that. A guy at my club persuaded me to play because he was playing 50s at the time, a bit older than me. And honestly, it was one of the most proudest things I've ever done was, to play for Wales in a World Cup. Was to play for Wales, full stop. Managed to get on a couple of trips to go to World Cups, which, is a pinch yourself moment. And I'm genuinely serious when I say that I've had more fun playing cricket since I've turned 50 than up until the age of 50. I'm probably playing a lot more cricket now at this age than I did when I was 16. And to play in a World Cup and get a few runs, get a few wickets is something I never thought I would do, and it's given me almost a second lease of life in terms of cricket. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity and the experience, and for Cricket Wales running this, and also the tournament organisers running these sort of competitions, because if it wasn't for them, I'd probably be at home playing golf or something like that. So thank you.
It's not a bad thing to think about, golf as well. May I ask you, back home, the reality of it's not a professional setup, so are you still working? What do you do for a living?
Yeah, so most of us are working. I'm lucky enough to take a little bit of time out of work, which has helped with being which has helped. But it's a case of trying to balance everything, and it's not easy. It's not easy, and I think for me the enjoyment far outweighs any of the sacrifice you've got to make in terms of work or finances. And we've got to fund these ourselves, so it's not cheap, and we try and get as much sponsors as we can, which we're very grateful for.
It's just lovely. I don't know. For me, I bat it right-handed. I'd say past tense. You are really doing a great job of planting seeds in my head to say that when I get to 50, I think I must take up cricket again. I still have my kit. It's still at home. It's still put away very nicely, and I have 2 daughters, so I'm not going to pass on my kit to them. So I think as it approaches, you might get me to. Oh, this could be a wicket. This could be a wicket. It's dropped again. It's the 3rd catch that's gone down for Zimbabwe. Would you believe it? Oh, that could have been a big moment again. And it's scanned. It's dropped. Dropped all.
It was Davis, but yeah.
I apologise. Davis was on 39. So, that's another moment gone for Zimbabwe. And this time, it's the skipper. That's the naughty one, Gavin Lindsay. So he'll have the teapot out.
To go back to what you're saying, if you have 10% of the fun that I've had and we've had playing 50s cricket, you'll love it. So give it a go. Might not be for you, but I honestly, I'm like a kid in a candy shop. I love this. I really do, and it's given me a new lease of life. So.
So you didn't have to end that sentence with if it's not for you, it will be for me. I promise you that. It's cricket is just a lovely game. At this stage, the phase of life and the journey is kids related, and there's the youngsters to support as well.
Yeah.
For me, it's netball and hockey. That's where I find myself more often than not. Yeah. And then when I sit behind the microphone with someone like you and watch this, it brings back so many memories. And cricket, you can't explain it until you experience it. It's magic.
Just to go back to the game here now, so we're not regulars here, so what would you say is a par score on this sort of wicket in a T20 game?
So I was referencing that for our international viewers specifically. We're at the end of our season, so these pitches have been used.
They're tired?
They are tired, but the groundsman, let me immediately just stop there and say, for the groundsman, excellent job. This is a great wicket. It's a bit slower, but that's what you will get in Cape Town. So 103, if you get to 140 plus, I think that you've done a great job. 7 to the over. If you can have wickets in hand and you've got the likes of Davis and Can that's given their fair share of opportunities, you can boost that up to 150, 160. I think that's above par. So 140 to me is par. Above that, we've
got 5 overs left after this. 140. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's on. 30, let's say 30 balls after this. One a ball is already a guaranteed 30, so that's 140 plus. So I think from this position, Wales will be unhappy if they don't get above 150.
Correct. And I think the key in any sport, any format of cricket, but certainly T20 is wickets in hand, and that we're only one down. We've got quite a few guys that have got long levers and can bat, so hopefully we can maybe try and get above that par score and put a bit of pressure on Zim from the off with scoreboard pressure.
And Zimbabwe winning the toss and bowling will look back and they'll reflect and say, you know what, we had 3 opportunities, we grasped 3 opportunities, so part of this score is our own doing. The could-haves and should-haves is never part of your comment section in a scorebook.
Yeah.
Good running is always key. So it's all about the boundaries.
That's something we talked about actually, and I think I'll be fair to say that in the first sort of 5-6 overs there were a few singles that we didn't take that we should have done, and I think with Michael Kahn going in, he's taken that message through and turning the sort of 1.5s into 2s.
Dash Maria. Oh, that's a lovely straight hit, but has it got
should
enough?
Should be
there
caught.
We go. Yeah. Zimbabwe finally have their man, and it is
Davis. Yeah, at 42 off 37. Well batted, sir.
They finally held on to a catch. Zimbabwe. It travelled and it just dipped at the right time, and good positioning in the field as well. There would have been a couple of hearts in throat moments for Zimbabwe because they've grasped easier ones than that, but taken by Zimbabwe. We'll confirm the fielder for you shortly, but it is Vakmaria and Zeal. So Kenyan Zeal, who's playing in 15, he's actually listed to play in jersey 11, but he is in 15. So well done to Kenyan Zeal. And Maria as well, 1 for 14 of his 11 deliveries. Mike Ann still there on 28. But credit Grant Davis, well batted, sir, 42 of 37.
He got a few runs yesterday as well, so opened the batting yesterday, got a run of ball 30, I think, so he's probably going to be a tired man tomorrow. But yeah, he did well, did what was required at the top, set the platform now. Neil Williams coming in, and I think, am I right in saying that we've had 4 left-handers in the top 4?
Yes, it's amazing. That's a great topic.
Neil Williams is left-hander. I think we were talking on the coach coming here, and the coach, for the viewers out there, was about an hour late leaving our hotel, so we had a lot of time to chat. But we could, I think, make the top 6 of left-handers. There's 6 of us who are left-handers that are batters in this team.
So Mali, when we grew up, it was frowned upon. Lefties were, it was the exception to the rule. Nowadays, it's loaded. It's everywhere.
Yeah. I don't know why, but you find a lot. I don't know. I think you do find a lot more left-handed, certainly batters in cricket than you do left-handers in other sports. You look at golf, for example. Very few left-handers, very few left-footers in football. I think. Tennis, maybe there's a few more. I don't know, but.
Left-handers, golf, Mike Weir, Colin Montgomery.
No, Monty's a right-hander.
No, what is it? Mike Weir is the one that comes to mind.
Canadian, yeah. The most famous probably is Mickelson, Phil Mickelson.
So Phil Mickelson is coming to South Africa. The Live Series is starting off on Thursday for the first time. The Live Series will be in South Africa, and Monty is on the entry list.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, Neil Williams coming in, another left-hander batsman. He's actually an opening batsman. He had a rest yesterday, so hoping to make an impression today. And it's interesting about Neil because you look at him, he looks very athletic. He's actually over 60, so he plays Wales 60s. He's played Wales 50s for a long time. Now plays those Wales 60s, but obviously qualifies for the 55s as well. So very athletic man.
Yeah, I've got his profile in front of me.
Yeah, from Cresselly Cricket Club in West Wales. So he's one of the guys that we think it's quite far to get to Cape Town, but he's got about a 3-hour journey to get to capital of Wales, which is Cardiff, and then from there to get to Heathrow. So there's a few boys from West Wales that have had a long journey to get here, longer journey than most.
So for our viewers, listen to this. So during 2024, he had a year for Wales where he scored 1,069 runs in 24 matches at a batting average of 54. Just put that in perspective. Remember, he's 63. That's Can going big, drop short of the fielder, half a chance.
Single to Can. That takes him on to 30, I think. 24. 29 off 23, sorry.
So Williams, it's also synonymous with cricketers. When you see hobbies and you see golf, I'm not going to mention the rest. I think he'll want to keep that to himself, and maybe I'll.
No, he likes
I'm
puzzles,
Neil
quizzes,
there.
and gardening.
So for everyone that knows Neil, you can take this with you when you have your friendship, your moments back in Wales. He's put on his profile that he likes puzzles and quizzes and gardening. So for all Neil's friends, put it out there that was mentioned in this broadcast. Buy Neil a puzzle for his birthday or for Christmas.
Nice little punch there by Neil to cover for 2.
Hopefully we can ask Neil later how many blocks, how many pieces does it need to be? Where are we? Are we on is it like 24? Is it 500?
I think it's just progressed from 7. He's just looking to get to double figures.
That's very good.
Neil's just punched it down to mid-off. Getting off strike, I think, is an important thing. We need to look to get at least run a ball, even if it's a dab and run.
Oh, he's bowled him, cleaned him up. I must say Nalaka Fernando deserves it. He's been threatening throughout. Great job, and gets a big fish in this Welsh lineup. Mike Can did his job, 29 of 23.
Yeah.
Typical Mike Can innings.
Well bowled. I think the most impressive thing there was off spinner, hits leg stump. The leg stump cartwheels out of the ground. It's like a seamer's taken it. But yeah, so Wales 113 for 3 towards the end of the 16th over. So, yeah, and I need to go because I've been told I need to get some pads on probably. So.
This is wonderful. It's live and that's how it happens. So, Mali, thank you. It was really nice to share the commentary booth with you, and good luck if you are called upon. Remember, I'm watching, and I'll give some of your moments back. But Mike Can is making his way past our commentary position, and lovely sharing it with you. And if I don't see you, have a great rest of your week in South Africa.
Be kind to me on commentary. Okay?
I'll do. Commentators don't nail fellow commentators. That's just a rule. But I'm sure we'll catch up through the course of the week. I have to follow Wells to Franschhoek. 113 for 3 will bring you the end of this inning. So the foundation's still there. Good part of 4 overs to go. Nalaka Fernando 1 for 20 in his 4th over. Adrian Davies with Neil Williams at the crease. Great to have the players behind the mic as well. Gives you a bit of extra insights and just paints their story, what got them into cricket, moments of being here, appreciating what this format gives you and the opportunity as well. And Malith, 54 years young, now needs to go and put on some clothing. That's a full toss, nice gentle full toss. Isn't it amazing how often that happens? You get the full P and you're just too scared. It's the first ball. You don't want to go out for a first ball duck. That's just another unwritten rule in cricket. So you rather knock the full toss straight to the fielder. This one is slightly shorter. Thinks about dabbing it towards a vacant short third. Adrian Davies, 56 years old. There's an extra delivery that's granted by the umpire that's going to cost 1. And that's going to get Adrian Davies off the mark, but that should have been the over. Maybe it's just the two umpires missing each other in the communication there. So 113 for 3 it is.
114.
At least I wasn't the one thinking that I was behind.
I was now checking what is happening.
I broke the very first one. It was me and the other guy from Wales.
A bit of info on Adrian Davies in the bowling department. Here's something that not too many people can say. He took all 10 wickets for 21 in a club game in 2002. He took all 10 wickets. That's amazing. So all-round cricketer.
India versus Wales. And India, the lady of India is only like a ton of eggs, and I'm like, I go to the guys that's doing the vision, the vision thing, and they're like, we also getting balls here. So the apples actually
Neil Williams, who's the non-striker at the moment, played in the inaugural Seniors World Cup in Sydney in 2018. Wonderful just to share these stories of the players with you. Hope you're enjoying the broadcasts. If you're a Welsh supporter, I think you'll take the 114 for 3. But the spinners are doing a great job for Zimbabwe. Dash Vagmaria 1 for 16 of 2.1. So he still has a potential of 2 overs to go. Allowed 4 in the 20 over format. Adrian Davies new to the crease, but I think Wales would have learned quite a bit off this pitch, and the spinners posing a real threat. That's tossed up and just a little move down the pitch. Meets it on the half volley, does Adrian Davies, and he gets 1. That remains important. When there's a spinner, you need to be able to use your feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Don't allow the spinner to settle. But Vagmaria has done a great job for his captain and for his country. Approaching the final parts of this innings. So I was talking about the 140 mark, that's 7 to the over. And I still think that that's the minimum that they'll settle for. 20 deliveries, 25 to get. Lots of batting to come. Tossed up. Full P. Player comes around, does a good job, and then they'll think too, they'll convert it into a 2. Good running. Quicker. Down the leg side, wide called plus the extra, so that's a free 2 for Wales. Now, at the same stage, as I talk about 140 for Wales being the bare minimum, Zimbabwe will take anything under 140. Remember, it was 11 for no loss after the first over. You win the toss, you bowl first, and suddenly the opposition get off to a flying start. They've pulled it back slightly. Yes, there was the Can partnership with Davies. That slower and drops, and a polite appeal from the bowler. Mr. Pillay says no.
easier to go and edit.
This is what the professional scorers use as well. So once this is removed and they use the same.
How do I get it? Is there an app or
It's
is
a
it
British.
Is it the British? So it won't take on my left.
It's a quick single. Good running from the partnership of Williams and Davies. 1 ball to come to complete 17 overs in the innings, and this is the third for Dash Vagmaria. Slightly delayed start this morning. 30 minutes, so if you are joining us now and you're wondering if you've missed anything, try and make up the time throughout the course of the day. We have 2 matches scheduled on this field, this being the first of them. Then USA Australia, that is scheduled for 2, but 10 to 12 local time. I don't think we'll make 2. It'll probably be a bit delayed in that one as well. So we have it confirmed that the afternoon match for our viewers, especially the supporters of the USA and Australia, it has been officially moved on by 30 minutes. So 2:30 start for our second match.
The guy that dropped the ball.
121 for 3 and 3 overs remaining. Run rate at 7.1. So they're still on course for the 140 mark. Mike, would you like to come and sit for? Okay. No, don't.
Games are now, as of today.
Okay. That's too short, but helped around the corner. They're thinking two, they'll get two. Great running again by Wells. Has to put on the skates towards the end, but that's a good one. Mike Can joins me. Mike, just quickly, I know you're still recovering your breath. Great to have you back in South Africa. Well batted.
Thank you very much. Diolch baie dankie.
Yeah, there's the South African come through. Just, I want to get your thoughts on the pitch, number one, and just what you think from this point on. What will be an acceptable total for Wales?
I think whatever we get, we will look to defend very well. I think it's a slightly different surface to yesterday on the top ground in that there's a lot more turn earlier on here. So that may play helpful for our three spinners. But they've also got a good batting side. So I think this is really setting itself up to be a good game.
It's really nice to have you back in the Cape. I know you've got strong roots in this region. Wearing a Welsh shirt, but you're always welcome. You know that, and best of luck for the rest of today.
Diolch yn fawr am popeth. Baie dankie for Alice, and thank you for everything.
That's Mike Can, just giving his thoughts.
Been in Cape Town for a while.
So for our international listeners, the baie dankie, that's thank you very much in Afrikaans, one of the languages in this country.
Baie dankie.
Miles Hopper bowling his first over, called upon. See if they can establish a break through this partnership between Williams and Davies. Is gaining a bit of momentum. For me, he's just slightly short. Hasn't been punished, but if he can just claw up that pitch slightly, that is a bit better. Straight to the fielder. Williams will feel that he missed out. Anything left or right of that field is a guaranteed two. But Miles Hopper has done a good job for his captain. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him. Only conceded 2 or 4. Needs a strong finish. That's straight towards the fielder. Do they press for 2? They think 2. They do go for the 2. And they converted. Just a slight fumble from the fielder. And that gave Adrian Davies the opportunity to say, I'm coming to the danger end. I'm prepared to do it. Let's try and get the 2, which they did. This is tapped around the corner. Fielder lost sight of it. And one added to the tally. So that could have been disaster. And that's the worst feeling when the ball is on its way to you and you don't quite pick it up. Rory McGuade was standing on the fence and needed assistance from his captain, Gavin Lindsay, who obliged. Quickly identified that there was no early movement by his fielder, but McWade prevented the possible boundary. That's all that matters. So 126 for 3, and Mike Can was talking about the power lineup that Zimbabwe has in that batting department as well. So they know that everyone, Mike Can, not prepared to commit to a specific score, but he said that they'll take every run they get. The 140 is still bare minimum. 12 balls remaining, 14 runs to get that 140, 7 wickets in hand. Dash Vakmaria is bowling his 4th and final over. In the meantime, behind me, the Australian team has arrived. They're keeping a close eye on proceedings. They beat Zimbabwe yesterday by 2 wickets. There's the gap they were after. Now, do they go for 2? Do they go for 2? The bench asking for 2, and the pair in the middle oblige. Well done, and no hesitation, and that's the key to the conversion. At no stage did they think anything less than 2.
So I was sitting next to that guy from the university teams that was here, sitting next to him. And he...
So Australia will face USA at 2:30.
And of course he had to edit. But so quickly. And he's back. I'm like, yeah.
This time they will only get 1.
It takes me
Not enough power in the shot to beat the inner circle.
Not that it takes you forever, but the fact that
Williams on 16, Davis on 3.
you could go there, click there, and everything was running smooth. And his stats were so good. Yeah.
Vakmaria's done a great job for Zimbabwe. 1 for 26, 4 balls shy of completing his quota of 4. Balls with the cap on. Wants a slight adjustment, and the man in the inner circle, he wants him tighter to prevent the 1, and a slightly straighter as well. So it is Miles Hopper that's in the inner circle on the leg side. Oh, this time he gets the decision from Alvin Pillay. He played around at Adrian Davies, and Vakmaria said, I believe that's straight and full enough to get the decision. Umpire Pillay said, I think so too. And that is the 4th wicket. Adrian Davies is on his way for 3. Didn't get going this morning. 3 of 6, a 50% strike rate for Adrian. Probably just tried to feed Neil Williams. So one of our co-commentators, Malith Madrasinghe, is on his way to the middle. So he asked me very nicely not to say anything negative when he bats. So if you missed it, great to have some insights from Malith. Born in Sri Lanka, moved to the UK and has been playing cricket ever since. Where's pressure when you do some commentary and you need to put some pads on? You know exactly what's been spoken about in commentary. So you walk down, you take your guard. I think there's a bit more pressure because you know exactly what's happening behind you. So Malith Madrasinghe, 54 years old. Spoke about his passion for golf. Also does some cooking. Well, should have asked him about the cooking and what he does. Needs to cook up a short storm here in the 9 balls that's left, legal deliveries that remains. Also a left-hand bat. He was talking about how many left-handers they have. Does some medium-pace bowling as well. Started his ODI career with a 5-wicket haul on debut against the West Indies, which included a wicket with his first ball and a wicket with his last ball. So Malith Madrasinghe started playing cricket at the age of 10. First ball is nice and friendly. Can't get it away. Great fielding by Zimbabwe. The dive was out. Do they think 3 might be a bit of a stretch? But Malith is off the mark with a brace, with a double. This is his 3rd over 50s, he's been to 2 over 50 World Cups. One in Cape Town in 2023 and one in Colombo in Sri Lanka. He was born in Sri Lanka, so that was a nice feeling to go back where you were born. Dash 2 balls shy of completing his 4 overs. That's slightly short again. Nicely rocked back by Madrasinghe. Pick up another 2. And he'll make it a 3. Wow, that's good running. Excellent running by Madrasinghe. He spoke about the fitness levels, and that was evident. You could see that he still does about a bit of work. May it be on the road or in the gym. Very fit and lean. There's your compliment, Malith, if you were looking for it in commentary afterwards. Last ball for Dash Vakmaria. Down the leg side, fires it down the leg side, and that's a keeper not getting hands on it. That's a freebie for Wales. So it's the wide plus the runs that they complete. There we go. There's the signal from the umpire, Mr. Pillay.
Is it 4 wides? 4 wides.
So 4 wides, the 1 and the 3 that they ran. And you'll see that Neil Williams is down on one knee. He's been forced to run, and especially in this over, Madrasinghe is very busy at the crease. This is the last one now. That is the end of Dash Vakmaria's spell. 2 for 35 off his 4 overs. Williams 16, Madrasinghe has 5. 1 over to go, 138 for 4. We have reached the last over of the Welsh innings. Zimbabwe winning the toss and electing to field 138 for 4, and it is going to be Miles Hopper that's going to bowl out for Zimbabwe. He's second over.
Is that
Williams on strike, 16 from 13. Madrasinghe on 5. So that 140, that's definitely going to be on the board. Do they fancy the 150? Can they get to 150? 2 steps down the track, straight to the fielder. This time it's better from Zimbabwe. There's clean fielding, which means only 139. Madrasinghe. First 2 deliveries, he was allowed to rock back onto his back foot and then pulled it across. Helped himself to a 2 and a 3. Takes guard. Looks like he's asking for 2 leg. So 2 leg for our viewers. That's between leg and middle. That gap in the middle between the 2 stumps.
and the teammates are moaning. It's too. He's like,
Goes for the reverse sweep up front. Not pulled off from Madrasinghe, but I can understand the reasoning.
it's one batsman in the one team that I know.
They've covered straight.
Doesn't believe in
Long off, long on, out on the boundary. If he goes inside out and he beats the short cover, that's going to be a guaranteed 4 if he times it, of course. Reaches for it, takes the aerial route, won't get to the fielder, and they'll only pick up 1. So there is the 140. So that's the 7 to the over that Zimbabwe will have to bat from the onset to get to that magic mark. Halfway through this over, I think Miles Hopper has done an extremely good job for Zimbabwe. One that he works through the legs, great fielding. Asks the question, Mr. Pillay is well positioned, and says no. Despite an accurate throw by the captain from Zimbabwe, straight into the keeper's gloves. They don't have the benefit of a television match official, so there's no one to go to. There's no box, no slow-mo replay. We can show you that, but the umpires won't have the benefit of reviewing. So as you call it, as you see it, everyone matters. Miles Hopper, can he finish strong? He's going his first over win for 5, last one for 3, and this is the last over of the innings. 2 balls shy of the 20 overs. 141 for 4. Wells in a dominant position. Madrasinghe, that's dropped short, loves it there. Oh, almost pulled off a spectacular catch, but it is racing towards the boundary for 4. Half a chance. Well, Zimbabwe will rue the opportunities that they missed. That one's slightly unfair to call a chance. Gavin Lindsay, well, he went for it, full dive towards his left. If he pulled that off, it would have been a specky. Spectacular catch. Madrasinghe on 10. This is the last ball. Throw the kitchen sink. Malith doesn't get all of it, so won't get to the boundary, but should be at least 2. I think Neil Williams says, no, my friend, I've run all the runs I can run today. Let's go and we'll take the 147. That's all she wrote for this innings. Wells have done a good job. They've posted a score having been asked to bat. Late little flourish here from Malet Madrasinghe, 12 from 7, going at good pace. Neil Williams with 18. And Geraint Davis top scoring for Wells with 42 from 38 deliveries. Mike Cann with a quick 29 from 24. And David Herbert weighing in with 29 from 30. Wells has the score on the board. The question is it enough to contain Zimbabwe? We'll find out when we return for the second innings. Zimbabwe will set their sights on chasing 148.
Gavin. Okay, I need to add Gavin. You must keep going, eh?
Good afternoon and welcome back to Claremont Cricket Club. It is the second innings, the first of two T20 international matches at the Over-55 International Cricket Tournament hosted by Cape Town. Wales up against Zimbabwe in our first fixture later this afternoon at 2:30. USA against Australia on this ground. Wales have completed their innings. They were asked to bat earlier today. They scored 147 for 4. Geraint Davis stopped scoring with 42. The question is, can Zimbabwe chase this down? Wales looking to go back to back, having beaten the USA yesterday in their first fixture. Zimbabwe going down to Australia, losing by 2 wickets. We're about to get underway. The Zimbabwe reply. On the money is Gavin Rodway. Jimmy Waite and John Jameson opening proceedings for Zimbabwe.
Maar ik zie dat het voor mij zit en ik kom zeker zoeken. Als dit ook nog een feestje is, dan ga ik maar vragen wie even
Right in behind it, but good start this for Gavin Rodway. Zimbabwe gave up easy runs in that first over. They started badly. They conceded 11 off the first over in different bowling, and then they tried to pull it back. John Jameson is the man that's facing up at the moment. Keeper for the Zimbabwe team.
So Jameson is the one that's on strike.
Yes. 2 dots.
Slightly shorter. Jameson thinks about the cut shot. And the ball just dying down to the keeper. And you'll just see he's just illustrating that as well. Maybe advised to come up a couple of paces, just 1 or 2 steps. End of season pitch. It's not about the pace that Gavin Rodway has, it's just the pace of the pitch at this stage of the year in South Africa. Middle March, end of season. This is a very promising start by Gavin Rodway, asking the batter to play. John Jameson not given anything that's in his arc. 4 dots, and dots builds pressure. Already in pursuit of that 147, so they've got to go just over 7 to the over. Start is key, power play is key. Only allow 2 fielders outside the inner circle. Slightly fuller. Great fielding by Wales. The fielders, they need to back up the bowlers. And that's where Zimbabwe will look back at the analysis and say, you know what, we let a couple of chances go. 3 drop catches. Never a good time for a drop catch, but they let Wales settle and get away from them by the opportunities that they offered. On the money so far, Wales in the field and with the ball. Oh, and as I say that, there's a misfield, and that gives Zimbabwe their first run. They off the mark. Tidy over from Gavin Rodway, only 1 off it.
Ik decide nog wie van
We can't go on to my bruising guy.
Verstaan wat ik jou even gezegd? Zien de noten heb je even gezegd?
Ik moet hier ook in gaan niet in
The new ball will be shared by Malith Madrasinghe. Played a little cameo towards the back end of the Welsh batting effort.
Happy to come and do a little bit of commentary.
Okay, awesome.
Ook ik agree moet
There you go, there you go. Ik versta ook wel
Thank you.
You can have this one, sir.
Miles Hopper joins me in commentary from Zimbabwe. Miles, first of all, well bowled. I'm surprised they left you for the end. Well bowled.
Yeah, I think the skipper Gav wanted to give me a chance, and he liked my first over. I bowled one. I think it was my second last ball, a little bit short, and went for 4, but actually nearly a catch. Actually, yeah, enjoyed it. Could turn the arm over.
Just before you arrived, I was talking about a couple of missed opportunities, and it does become part and parcel of the analysis. When you're chasing 147, there were some early opportunities for Zimbabwe. You started indifferently, conceding 11 of the first over, but a couple of grass chances.
Yeah, Jimmy struggled with the left-hander and couldn't get his line and length and kept putting it down the off. But apart from that, we dropped 3 crucial catches, I think, and yeah, that was definitely a no-no for us on that. But kudos to the Welsh. They made their quick singles, and I think that's where they got most of their runs. Running those twos is massive boundary. There's definitely a run on that 80-meter boundary that side.
What's it like to be here representing Zimbabwe?
It's lekker. I've just got into the fold after hanging my boots up at the age of 46. So I turned 56 yesterday, and yeah, I've sort of been playing for the last sort of 5 or 6 months. So I haven't been into the veterans cricket for some time, but there's quite a bit of it going on in Arderne, which is nice, and it's definitely getting way more popular now, which is great.
Zimbabwe cricket is so topical. I'm so proud as a fellow African to have watched what Zimbabwe did at the T20 World Cup, and I think from a leadership perspective, it was just amazing. Sikandar Raza, how he pulled that team together, and what Zimbabwe achieved, and what that takes back to the country for youngsters to take up the game.
Oh, definitely. Brian Bennett, Brad Evans, massive inspirations for us. Grew up with Brad, actually. He's the same age as my son Kyle, who's in England playing cricket, and Brad to perform like that in the T20 World Cup, and Mazarabani, Bennett, I'm sure IPL contracts are coming their way, and it was a massive inspiration to the whole nation.
I think we share your sentiments, and it's become more evident in the press conferences, the way Sikandar Raza speaks. There's real belief that they can become a powerhouse in world cricket, and it's going to take baby steps. But it almost takes me back growing up to the flower era, where if I may use that analysis.
100%. I mean, I played cricket against the Flowers. We had a massive type guy, Whittle, the Flowers, Alistair Campbell, Heath Streak. Streaky was a good friend of ours. And yeah, I mean, we're a very small nation, a cricketing nation, and we've got a hell of a lot of guts. I think that's what we've seen, and it's good to see. And then right the way through to our 60s, they'll be leaving Zim in I think August for Canada in the World Cup. And we've actually, just talking about 60-year-olds, we've got 4 60-year-olds and a 71-year-old in our squad right here.
Oh, that's amazing. It's great to listen to that. From your own perspective, cricket, when did cricket start in your life?
Oh, right the way from junior school in Redcliffe. We played at the age of 7, 8 years old, right the way through into high school at Jamison, and then into Arderne. And I carried on playing league cricket, and then we played for Tobacco Industries, massive league, and most of us played until our mid-40s, and until the youngsters sort of taking us out.
They do that. They have a knack of doing that.
Yeah. There's JJ facing over there. He's our 71-year-old.
I haven't played Bets cricket yet, but I was talking earlier in commentary about the club that I represented until the end of last year. I haven't officially retired, but my kids are priority at the moment. I've got two girls, 2 daughters, and it's netball and hockey in my house. But looking at this product, I must say, approaching the 50 mark, I I'm humbled to sit here and at the same time appreciating what I'm seeing. And in last year, our opening bat not in Bets cricket, in normal club cricket, we call him Opes, which in Afrikaans is abbreviated for Opa, which is grandfather for our English viewers. And he was 61 last year opening the batting for our club team. So just putting it into perspective to what you are saying as well.
Yeah, it's prevalent in our 40-year-old age group. I think the most popular age group is the 50s. The kind of kids have grown up, getting on with jobs. The 40s are still with their kids, majority of them. So the 50s and 60s is growing massively in Zim. We don't play enough, unfortunately. So these type of tournaments are good for us. Obviously the World Cups, and then we've got an Africa Cup which is coming in. South Africa have actually been invited and accepted. Welsh have been invited and accepted, and Namibia. So 4 countries at the Africa Cup in October, and we probably need 2 or 3 of those. And we're all neighbours. For us to travel here is easy. So the more of these, and I like the idea of the 55 group as well. I think it's such a good idea. You know, when you get to 56, 57, you're kind of out of the 50 side. And we've got a lot of good cricketers back home that we're trying to get into this fold. A lot of them are turning around. Moggy Evans, good friend of mine, Kelly Bennett, Stu Carlisle, all absolutely great cricketers. Be good to see them back in this fold. Trevor Gripper, I hope you're all listening, guys, and we need you back in.
Oh, it's a lovely shot.
Great shot there by JJ.
Yeah, short and help towards the fence. It's a welcome boundary. It's been a very disciplined start this with ball in hand from a Welsh perspective. 12 without the loss of a wicket, but already taking over in the third over. They need to go just over 7. Miles, just talking about, you talk about the neighbouring aspect, but and again, I don't have your pedigree in front of me, but would you have imagined that you would walk out yesterday to play Australia? Today you play Wales. I mean, you have a lot of people that have dreams and aspirations to play international cricket, and they might not have that opportunity at an age group level or senior level, and then finally you get to an age group level and you say, I still want to play cricket, and here you are doing something that you always dreamed of.
No, it was great. It's absolutely a great feeling with the anthems being played, wearing our blazers, walking out in the field against Australia yesterday, and actually losing it in the last over. It was such a good game, and likewise with Welsh. And we still got 45 over games coming up, which is going to be great against the SA Rhinos and the Spirit of the World and Spirit, the other team. Anyway, we're looking so forward to it.
Yeah, Masters and World Spirit teams. Just adding more flavour to this wonderful tournament. And I'm glad you referenced that. I'm sad our viewers, I'm sad I can't have a playback of that moment. I was standing here listening to the anthems and watching just the pride of everyone wearing their blazers in that Zim team, and how you pulled together and what it meant to stand there and sing your anthem and represent your country.
Yeah.
Oh, big shot. That's got air miles on it, and enough to go for 6.
Great shot there by Jimmy.
That's what the doctor ordered. Welcome maximum, 128 more to get. Slightly short from Gavin Rodway, but still had to be put away, and it was with some force by Zimbabwe. And we'll see that required run rate, 7.5. It's well within their grasp. So it's all about that wickets column. How do you negotiate that power play? Is that something you discussed in the change of innings, that the importance of the power play and using the restrictions to not do something out of the norm, because you can also turn that into a 20 for 4 very quickly, but just appreciating the moment and playing a bit more aggressive to get yourself on the front foot?
Yeah, so we talked about 6s and 7s, and we need to be above 40 after 6. Target those, try not give away your wicket, look for the 2s. There's plenty of runs on the big boundary over there, and just keep the running up. I mean, yesterday our game against Australia, the stats between the Zim innings and the Australian innings is that the Australians, although they were 5 down within the first sort of 9 overs, they were all going at 100%. Whether they made 2 runs or 13 runs or 20 runs, they were all going around a ball. Where we were sitting at 14 off 20 balls, we weren't quite runs a ball, and that was the difference we felt.
And you talk about the value, and there's a good illustration of a 2 that's just worked onto the leg side. And the man that's operating at the moment, Madhura Singh, he was part of the commentary when you guys were out in the field. Born in Sri Lanka, moved to the UK, played against the West Indies, and took a wicket with his first delivery.
Oh wow!
And that's the storylines
Yeah.
that brings people together. And everyone has a story that gets them there. That's slightly short, helped around the corner. This should have enough wheels to go for 4. So the backup of the 2 now into a boundary. Suddenly 6 off 2 balls. Good start to the over for Zimbabwe.
Great shot there by JJ, our veteran 71-year-old.
Who's some of the characters in your team?
Rory McQuaid, 62-year-old, going on tour to New Zealand in August. He's a great guy, and let me tell you, at his age, he can get that ball down onto the wicket. He's got some good pace. Our little manager, Modi, he's a character. In fact, everyone's got their own traits, and they're a good bunch of guys. Such a good bunch of guys.
I know, being a neighbouring country, a lot of your team would have been in the Cape before, but as a team, what's been the best thing about this visit specifically so far?
Well, it's everyone's basically got together. We jump in the pool together. We have a fun. We have a couple of GNTs around the pool and talk. The boys want to go and climb the mountain tomorrow. Maybe some of them want to go play some golf. And it's let's do things together kind of feeling, which is nice. And we're hoping we're not going to get some rain. We've heard that there's prediction for rain tomorrow, but this has turned out to be a beautiful day.
Miles, I said earlier, you can be so grateful that this tournament wasn't hosted in Paarl last week, because at one stage the temperature hit 47. So that's where I live, and I thought to myself, there's always timing is everything, and this tournament is timed well.
I heard, I was speaking to my wife about it. I said, oh my goodness, have you seen the temperatures? They were all above 40. Yeah. Anyway, we're thankful that it's sitting around 28, I think. But it's still stifling and humid out there.
In closing, I want to ask you, there's a lot of people here that have family and friends. For your family, what does it mean for you to be here representing Zimbabwe?
Well, yeah, it's. I'm sure they're proud. I mean, my son and my daughter would be extremely proud that I've made the side, and my wife too. She turned around when I told her about 5 or 6 months ago that I'm back to playing cricket, and she looked at me. She said, "You're absolutely crazy." Anyway, we did quite a bit of training. We had 11 2-hour sessions building up to this, and. Yeah, there's been some niggles, knee problems, quad problems, and various things like that. But it's nice. So we've got a lot of ice. We've got a lot of being we looked after. So it's great. And it's let's see. We might have a couple of years and get into the 60s and see.
I have to say in closing, I'm slightly jealous, because every time I look up someone, not in your team, but in both teams, someone is on a massage table, and it looks very inviting, I must say.
Yeah, it's much needed to have the electrics plugged in and the muscles massaged.
Miles, really appreciate your time, and thank you for sharing some insights and just your journey in Zimbabwe cricket. And may you have a great week. And cricket apart, I said to the man that's bowling at the moment, it's all about the friendships, it's about the camaraderie, it's about the stories you take back home to inspire someone to take up this wonderful game. So thank you for sharing a bit of your story as well.
Thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure having a chat with you. Cheers.
There we go. Wow, it's wonderful to sit behind the microphone and have the opportunity to talk to some of our legends that's part of this wonderful tournament. Miles Hopper, the next in line to share the commentary mic. Back to this one, 28 without the loss of a wicket. Zimbabwe have made a good start. Jimmy White is on 12. John Jameson is on 14. Madhura 13 conceded of his first 2 overs. It'll be interesting to see if Wales make a change, and when they do make the change. We're in the power play, of course, so there's 2 overs remaining, but this has been a very handy start by Zimbabwe. They're keeping up with the run rate. Wales will be searching for a wicket. How do they establish a breakthrough? I still think that spin will hold the key. Who's going to be better in that department, and the slow bowlers, what impact will they have?
Alvin. He's 3 years old.
I just saw enough in that Zimbabwe bowling effort to suggest that the key is in the slower department. Now this is interesting. So not the fact that Gavin Rodway is continuing, but the keeper is right up to the stumps. Now it's a big move, which means Rodway has to be on point. If he misses his mark down leg stump, that could be unnecessary runs. That's the trust in the partnership. He invites the big shot, and it will fall short. They do think too they won't get it. So an interesting ploy. So the think tank will say, okay, let's put some pressure. You keep your back foot in the crease, and if you want to go aerial route in the power play, please do so. But we are going to have some catches out, so it's an attacking mindset. Don't mind that at all. But you've just got to be so disciplined with your line and length. Gavin Rodway starting well. It's up there, and it's just nudged away. Goes on the drive and gets the outside half of the bat, so they'll turn two. We've already spoken about the power that the Zimbabwe batting lineup does have, and we were talking earlier about the fact that Zimbabwe came so close to beating Australia yesterday. And yes, it's an imposing target, 148. Miles Hopper believes that Zimbabwe can get there. It's all about this initial stage, this power play period. That's a textbook forward defensive shot out of the coaching manual from John Jameson. We've seen a lot of what's happening on the pitch. It's a modern day cricket really, to have a keeper open the batting. It happens in all formats. Back in the years, a keeper normally came in at 7, 8. Nowadays, they're at the top of the order. They need to do a lot of work behind the stumps. Concentration levels need to be up there, but I do think it's an advantage as well. Knows what to expect. Goes on the back foot for a ball that's too full to cut. So Gavin Rodway is still knocking on this door. Can he establish the breakthrough for Wales? 31 without the loss of a wicket, 2 balls shy of completing 5 overs, 8 balls, 8 legal deliveries remaining in the power play. Now there's a change in field, so long on comes up to mid on, and square leg goes back to the fence towards a mid-wicket boundary. So is he calling the double bluff? Is it going to be short or will it be full? It is slightly short. Oh, he's got him. He's got him. It's worked for Wales. Played on the inside edge onto the stumps. It's the breakthrough Wales had been looking for, and it is. Jameson who departs for 16. First wicket down.
Number 8. 31.
3-1. So credit to Wales for the tactics that they used. Keeper up, putting some extra pressure. Rodway doing exactly what was needed, putting the ball in the right areas. And they do strike. Big moment. Andre LaRue walks out to join Jimmy White. 31 for 1. Opening partnership comes to an end. But they do bat right down, so 117 more required. That won't be the immediate thought process for Zimbabwe. Take it step by step. That's what they were talking about, small little pockets, as was described earlier. So where does he go now? With the new man on strike, boundary fielders will surely come in and see the need to not have a full-out attack on Andre LaRue, who's facing up to Rodway. Oh, beats him outside off. A little half push from Andre Leroux. It's a typical shot for someone that's just come to the wicket, just feeling for it. Brilliant over for Gavin Rodway, a wicket over. Just conceded 3, 1 for 17 off 3 Gavin Rodway's analysis. 31 for 1 after 5. You just feel this one could go down to the wire. That was a valuable strike. So Jimmy White, how does he play this? 13 of 9. We'll probably just have some calming words to say. We're up with the rate, the required rate. Yes, it's 7.8. It's nothing to be fearful of just yet. Very much within range. Going at 6.2, but pulled back by that previous over. Paul Edie is into the attack. So he has replaced Malith Madrasinghe. Paul Edie, one of his hobbies is watching Manchester United. Well, we watched Manchester United beat Aston Villa the weekend, 3-1. Big win. Michael Carrick making a massive difference since he's taken over from Ruben Amorim. And suddenly Man United in third and strong contenders for a top 4 finish in Champions League football next season. That one is dropped short and helped around the corner for 4. Not a good start by Paul Edie. Jimmy White helps himself to another boundary. Now for our international community, those of you that follow the Premier League, Arsenal 9 clear of Man City. But City have played a game less. It's all going down to the wire, and that relegation battle is topical. Tottenham Hotspur, will they survive? Big draw against Liverpool. That took them to 30 points. Wolves, Burnley, West Ham in a bit of trouble. Nottingham Forest not out of trouble. Tottenham Hotspur definitely not out of trouble yet. Who's going to win the league? Will it be Arsenal's year? So yeah, just on Paul Edie watching the red part of Manchester. That's quicker. No real feet movement from White. He was beaten for the pace, but he still gets a single. Leroux quick to react. With the ball going behind square, it's always the non-striker's call. Supposed to be. Sometimes it doesn't happen like that, but the non-striker is realistically running to the danger end. That's too short. Cut away, can't beat backward point. It was there to get off the mark. Ball was in the right area. Paul Edie just a bit indifferent at the moment. It's going to be such an important spell. You almost feel that if Edie can get a couple of wickets and be economical at the same stage, it will just elevate the pressure levels in that Zimbabwe team. In the meantime, they've decided that Long On will come into the circle. That's Malith Madrasinghe, who's moved up. Almost inviting Leroux to chance his arm. Long off, still back. Edie, it's full. It's a half shot from Leroux. And very quick in the running department. Jimmy White appreciates the opportunity, and then there's a big collision at the non-striker's end. Well, there's going to be more physio work probably that's going to be required later today. Couple of tight overs, and that required run rate column will start climbing and getting momentum. At this stage it's 7.7. Waltzes down the track, doesn't get to the pitch of it, takes on the fielder that's based at long off, but well short of him. So Leroux has probably said, hey, wait a minute, or White, let's just let's not let Edie settle. Leroux will face the last delivery of this over. Half shot again. Leroux not going through with his shots. It's a bit of a prod at the moment, so maybe just a bit of nerves and not getting the body moving just the way he would like it to move just yet. 38 for 1, and you'll see required run rate goes up by 0.2. 38 for 1. The advantage of having runs on the board When you are chasing and you are slightly behind, the pressure builds. So skipper says, Gavin, you go through. You bowl out your 4 overs. 1 for 17 his return. Jimmy White on strike, and they'll keep the same ploy with keeper up. Long on is moving back towards the ropes. They've got long off, not completely on the fence, probably 10 off the boundary rope. And then they've got a mid-wicket boundary as well, more like a cow corner. So field restrictions lifted, power play done, 38 for 1. How does the complexity change now? What does Wales do from a fielding perspective? How do they manage this chase? It's full, knocked into the gap, will be 1. And in theory, again, it's so easy to say, yes, just knock it into the gap for a single. In practice, it doesn't really work like that. But you've got to be alert to the 1s and 2s. It adds up. Single a ball, that's a guaranteed 6. Again, it's Andre Leroux. It's interesting. You'll have a look at him, and he dabs at the ball instead of giving it the full treatment. So he's trying to run that one specifically down to a third area that's covered. There is a fielder there. So it's faint edge, keeper's gloves, risk versus reward. But Rodway's tight. Gavin Rodway is forcing these types of shots. That's fuller from Rodway, but straight to the field. And Andre Leroux will just feel that there might be a bit of pressure building. He's 1 of 6. Credit to Rodway. He's been superb. 1 for 18. Halfway through his 4th and final over. There's that dab shot again from Leroux. Doesn't work. So he's tried it twice. He's failed twice. So where does he go next? What's the next shot? If the dab to third is not working, what does he do? Does he take a step, chance his arm, take a step towards off stump and try and flick it over a vacant? There's no one protecting the leg side boundary. Does he go across the line? Is it too early for that? All the mind games of the game of cricket. Now he does take a ball from off stump and work it towards long on. Gets off strike. Very tidy from Gavin Rodway. So Jimmy White, does he say, right, okay, 1 ball left, I want to be on strike in the next over, so I need to get a single. Give Andre Leroux a bit of chance. It's not quite getting his feet in the right place, not getting that scoreboard ticking just yet. What's my game management now? Single. Well, it will be a full-blooded drive down the ground, but probably the right result for Zimbabwe. He gets the 1. Brings to an end Gavin Rodway's spell of 4. Brilliant. 1 for 20 of his 4, going at 5. He's done his job. 41 for 1 after 7. Zimbabwe in pursuit of 148. Now, there's a lot of discussion in the middle about what they do next. Now, Paul Edie is walking to his captain and now signalling and entrusted with another over. So they're just having a bit of a discussion how they can protect Paul Edie, and especially that one that he dropped short in the previous over. You can understand as a spinner that will happen. So the protection that he wants is on the square leg boundary behind square, and that to me is a good option. If he does bowl it slightly quicker and it comes out of the hand incorrectly and drops slightly short, he'll give away 1, maybe 2 at worst if it's on an angle. And then he has a fine leg that's pushed right to the boundary. That is an interesting ploy. And then third in the inner circle. Long on is back, long off is back. He's probably going to bowl with a bit more pace. That might be the suggestion why fine leg is. That's the only reason I can think as to why he's back that far. They've asked the fine leg fielder to come up 5. Oh, he does give it. He bowls it a bit quicker, and then that's the unfortunate thing of cricket. Ball hits the stumps, then deflects towards the left, and they do scamper through for a single. Andre Leroux has probably decided that the best way of defence is to attack, and he's going to come after Paul Edie, and Edie will know that. Fancy that Jimmy White might have the same sort of approach. Field will change for him. They've taken out that square leg from the boundary. They've moved in him behind square, but in the circle. Offside has been pushed back. That's good lines from Paul Edie. So he needs to be tight. He needs to be on the offside line, off stump line, because he's got 2 boundary runners on the offside. One is straight, one is square. Can't afford to bowl short. Oh, head up in the air. He fancied the leg side. I think this is the good tactics from Paul Edie. So he wants him to go across the line. Maybe a top edge keeper comes into play, short mid wicket comes into play, but he's saying to the batter, there's your scoring option. Again, it's that dab into a gap for 1. 43 for 1. Good contest developing between Edie and the 2 Zimbabwe batters. White on 22. They've pushed that man back for him. He's more settled as well. That's short and on his toes, and he cuts that away over the top for 4. That's a brilliant shot from Jimmy White. Just got on top of the bounce and just worked it with the wrists over the top of the inner circle. Unprotected fence, helped himself to 4. Very good execution by Jimmy White, who moves on to 26. Now, after the stroke, they've pushed the man back towards the cover fence. Late cut, can it beat the fielder? Brilliant. Well done by Wales. Excellent fielding, preventing more than 1. So Edie has bowled 2 overs for 14, 48 for 1. Required run rate still climbing slightly, 8.3. White on 27. Leroux hasn't got going just yet, 3 off 11. So he's been quiet. At what stage does he say, you know what, in the context of this chase, if I'm not quite finding it and I'm taking up deliveries, let me rather attack and then chance my arm. 2 overs remain before we have a drinks break. Zimbabwe will reassess as they continue to chase down, which is now 100 left on the board. So still 3 figures, exactly 100 runs required from 12 overs. Enter Mark Davies. So for Davies, 2 boundary fielders on the leg side, 1 on the off side, and then the 2 straight. So that means being long off and long on. That's the 5 that's out of the circle and protecting the boundary options. Left arm floats 1 up there and will only be a single. You just feel that something's got to give from the Leroux end. He's kept exactly the same field as for White. Oh, he does go for it. It's textbook. It's you can just see it's telegraphed. It's easy to read the thought process now. What Mark Davies would like is just something that moves away as he goes for the shot, moves away from the bat, not short enough to cut, just full and a bit of turn. Oh, now he dabs one around the corner for 1. That'll be 50 up for Zimbabwe. 50 coming up after 8.3 overs. LaRue on 4, White on 28. Waits for it nicely and then just places it through the covers. Another single. Mark Davies will want to finish strong. He's conceded only 3. For LaRue, now they've brought in the 2 long off and long on. It's just taken 5 steps up. And I understand why. Again, LaRue has not hit any shots. He hasn't hit through the ball. So it's half shot. So that's why they're saying that at this stage they don't see that he'll clear the boundary. So rather bring in the fielders 5 paces, and that gives yourself a chance to take the catch if it is presented. Pressure's building. One that keeps low and he's on the back foot, not there to hit that shot. Only 3 of that Davies over. Pressure builds. LaRue 4-15. Can't leave it all to Jimmy White. 51 for 1. That run rate, the required run rate, is suddenly 8.8. Excellent over by Davies and working out for Wales as well. If they can keep conceding less than that required run rate, have a couple of tight overs in between, suddenly Zimbabwe will have nothing but to go for it. Full out onslaught as soon as we get to sort of the 10-11 to the over. At this stage it's just knocking on the 9 door. Paul Edie, you just feel this is such an important over. Jimmy White, is he feeling the pressure and saying, well, Andre LaRue is not getting himself going. I need to do a bit more now. Over to take us to drinks. Edie. It's up there and he does go for it. Inside half of the bat. They'll think 2. They'll go 2. Needs a good throw. That will beat the arm. White onto 31. It's come off only 20 deliveries. Responsible for 31 of the 53 runs that Zimbabwe has made so far. He's gone up. Is there a chance here for Wales? 2 players converge on it. Falls in no man's land. Could have been half a chance for Wales. There's White, and what they won't do to get White at this stage. He's on to 32. Now they have a bit of a conference call, and then they need to do that. LaRue is 4-15. He needs to up the ante slightly. He's behind the 8 ball at the moment. Goes quicker. We'll get away with it. LaRue will get another single. So White's previous delivery that he faced gave a half chance. Does he change his approach? Does he say, well, maybe it is just my day, might as well continue to attack? He says, I'll continue to attack, but this time we'll roll towards the long on fielder. Wales will want to keep this tight. Try and not give the single. Try and bowl as much as possible to LaRue. That short cut, the release shot, the release ball, and will trickle away for 4. That's a welcome boundary for Andre LaRue, and that will take big pressure off him. 9 of 17. Edie with the arms next to the sides, the teapot stance, but it was short and wide. It asked to be hit, and it was hit and pulled off by Andre LaRue. 60 for 1. This will take us to drinks. This delivery wants to be tighter. Again offers width, and it is cut. It beats the fielder. Will it be 1? Answer is yes. So an eventful first half of the Zimbabwe reply. The scores tracking very similarly. The worms are next to one another. 61 for 1. Zimbabwe in pursuit of 148 to take their first victory of this competition. For Wales, they're looking to go back to back. Can they defend what's left on the board? There's a summary of what has happened. Wales batting first, scoring 147 for 4. Zimbabwe in reply, 61 for 1 at the halfway mark. It's going to be a fascinating second half of their reply. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to Claremont Cricket Club. You are watching over 55 international cricket T20 format, and our first of two matches today features Wales and Zimbabwe. Wales being asked to bat first, put together 147 for 4, and Zimbabwe at the halfway mark 61 for 1. Jimmy White is threatened, and he looks threatening with an unbeaten 33 of 22 deliveries. Andre LaRue has reached double figures of 18 balls. So it's all set up beautifully for the last 10 overs of this encounter. A reminder, we're scheduled to start at 2:30 with USA against Australia. Mark Davies runs away from us, starts his second over. It's going to bounce short of the fielder. Oh, and then he makes a bit of a mess of it. And Zimbabwe's bench pleads for a second, and they do convert. Jimmy White sees that there's a small opportunity, and small margins, these ones that become two, that can make a big difference in the final analysis. Again, just a little chip shot, sandwich from Andre LaRue. That 4 in the previous over, just before drinks, that would have settled him and taken him into that drinks break where you could just say, okay, I've taken a 4 of a ball that I should have. Now I need to play a supporting role to Jimmy White and just make sure that I don't throw my wicket away. 13 of 20, Jimmy White 33 of 23, 64 for 1. You just anticipate a little bit of a nail biter coming. Who's going to blink first? Mark Davies says, I want to just run through and rub my hand on the pitch. It's all about control. The spinners for me will make the difference. Mark Davies in his second over. It is the big shot. It's going to be a chance for Wales. It won't clear the boundary, but it will bounce and go for 4. In between two fielders, so placing spot on from Jimmy White. So almost another little half chance there for Wales. That's what White will do. He's been there for 24 deliveries, had the fielding effort, so he understands the conditions. Such a key wicket now. Mark Davies, he's conceded 7 of this over, and now he does adjust his field slightly, and he's going to move Malith Madrasinghe slightly straighter into a position where that ball was heading towards. So a little move towards the bowler, and then adjusted beautifully that Jimmy White to still get bat on ball into the gap, get the single. So this has been a better over for Zimbabwe. Flights it up, flights it up. There's a question asked, but Mr. Pillay, who's doing duty at square leg, says no. And that is the end of Mark Davis' second over. 0 for 11, his analysis, 69 for 1. That required run rate back to 8.8. Came down slightly just for a moment, but we just short of 9 to the over required. Top score in this match, Geraint Davies from Wales, he scored 42. Jimmy White on 38.
Looks like Michael Claremont coming on the ball. Yeah, can he?
41.69. What's the number?
Change of bowler, the very experienced Mike Can.
Thank you so much.
Had a brief discussion with him after his innings. Happy to be back in the Cape.
No.
Played a lot of his cricket in South Africa. Now he needs to do a job with the ball.
I did not think that there would be any.
Jimmy White against Mike Can. And Can realizes that he doesn't have anyone protecting that backward point region. Pretty traditional field. Long off, long on, cover out on the boundary, square leg on the boundary, mid wicket on the boundary. That's those allowed out of the inner circle. Tossed up, goes the aerial route again. It will land safely. Couple of bounces. They'll think too, because it's a long boundary. And you can run the two. It's massive out there. It's about 80 meters from the square, or from the pitch that they're playing on towards the square leg boundary. Probably 80 meters. Again tossed up. Good foot movement from Jimmy White. They'll think two again. They can go two. It's a long throw back to Can. That means Jimmy White ties Geraint Davies as the match's top scorer, 42. This 42 has come very quickly, 27 deliveries. Out of the 73 that Zimbabwe has on the board, Jimmy White is responsible for 42 of those runs. Slightly flatter, goes up again, lands safely again. How many half chances has there been from the Jimmy White bat? Probably has a bit of a chuckle with Mike Can. Different day, different outcome. And just here, that Mike Can is asking his fielders to be to be tighter, and again, a good tactic to Andre Leroux. He hasn't looked the same. He hasn't had the same rhythm as Jimmy White, so they don't want to give away an easy single. Now he goes across the line, head up, thinks about one. Now they caught mid-pitch. Not an accurate throw. Another half chance for Wales. Leg by a signal, so that goes towards the extras column. Won't be against the bowler's analysis. Yeah, for me, it's Jimmy White currently doing a big job for Zimbabwe. How does he see out the rest of this over? 6 off it. no pace on it, no pace whatsoever, and just helped around the corner. And that's a lovely shot from White. It's going to go towards the boundary. Jimmy White goes on to 47. It's become an expensive over this from Mike Can. 10 off it, 9 against the bowler's name, 1 leg by, which goes to the extras column. But this is the over that Zimbabwe wanted. That required run rate has come down from 8.8 to 8.4, with the delivery still remaining. Straight towards the fielder, will get the single. Very nice running between White and LaRue. End of the over, 11 off at 80 for 1. Required run rate is 8.5. Well appreciated by the Zimbabwe camp. Just giving a round of applause and saying great over gents. Zimbabwe lost it in the final moments against Australia. Will they get over the line against Wales? Men from the north, they did the business against USA. Can they make it back-to-back victories? Partnership, 1 shy of 50 as Mark Davis runs away. Big shot, couple of bounces, 4 and 50 to Jimmy White. What an innings in the context of this match. You'll take the applause. First the high five or the fist pump from Andre LaRue. Raised bat from Jimmy White. What a time to put up your hand for your team. 52 gets a handshake from the keeper as well. Very sportsmanlike gesture. Appreciating the innings that Jimmy White has played for Zimbabwe. It's not over yet. There's still a long way to go. But for now, Jimmy White has put Zimbabwe in this contest. Jason Finn appreciating that knock. In his heart he'll say, oh, could have maybe a couple of half chances. How do we get rid of Jimmy White? That'll be the think tank for Wales. Andre LaRue, he's been allowed to settle in 13 from 22. Wales want him on strike as much as possible. Again, that's that dab and run onto the leg side. Hands on the head from Mark Davies, and if they can just build a bit of pressure on Andre LaRue. Another productive over, 6 as we hit the halfway mark of the 13th. White is pressing the overdrive button. Again, he goes big. Has he done enough? No, it will bounce once. Another single. For Davies, how does he bowl 2 dots? How do they get 2 dots to LaRue? And as I say that, there's a quick reaction from the field to say, in on the one. Gavin Rodway needs to do the work on the leg side. Needs to cover big ground, and it's just chip back straight to Mark Davies for a caught and bowled, the easiest caught and bowled that he'll probably take in this week. And it is the end of Andre LaRue. He's played his part in that second wicket stand. 87 for 1 becomes 87 for 2. Andre LaRue's time at the crease is done. Caught and bowled by Mark Davies. But the big fish, Jimmy White, stands firm.
The captain himself.
Into the captain, Gavin Lindsay. Big moment for Mark Davies. And that's one of the 2 dots, but it brought a wicket as well. So it ended the partnership. 61 runs required. After this delivery, 7 overs remain. You'll still fancy the batting team, but anything can happen. You add 2 wickets in that column, and especially White, and suddenly the complexity will change. Welsh will know the importance of White's wicket. If they can go bang, bang, double strike in quick succession, game's on. Partnership was 56. Valuable for Zimbabwe in the pursuit of 148. Welsh will have a lot of experience bowling to left-handers. They do that frequently in the nets. Half their team is left-handed. Well, Davies says, come, let's get on with it. And then a bit of gamesmanship runs through. Then puts his hand on the ground, has a little bit of a chirp. On a knife's edge. This is where it can literally turn. Oh, he's bowled him! He's bowled him! Dot, dot. I said bang, bang. He's gone bang, bang. Game on. And it is Gavin Lindsay who departs the scene for a first bowler. Captain of Zimbabwe goes. Jimmy White, the importance of your wicket has just become a lot more important. 87 for 3. It was 87 for 1, now 2-3. Mark Davies 2 for 18. Lindsay comes and goes.
McWade is the next one. Number 5.
And that's after filling his boots yesterday. What a wonderful game we played.
So
Scored well yesterday.
He did.
off air, we're having a good chuckle about the game of cricket. How rude cricket can be. Let's just put it like that. One day you score, the next day you go out for a first ball, and I guess we all come back because no one's ever perfected this wonderful game. No one's gone 100 every time you bat.
Unless your name's Mike Proctor or Bob Wilson or something.
Looks like the skipper, Mark Phillips, number 9.
Might be a couple that will argue some of the greats.
Yeah, Gulliver.
But it just continues to deliver this wonderful game of cricket. One moment you're up, the next moment you're down. And it's a leveler, can literally change with one delivery. Matt Phillips has taken the ball, taken the responsibility. Can they get Jimmy White? That's the big moment now. How does Jimmy White approach it? Visually, he's seen 2 of his partners go back to back. He's on 54, he's set, he's batting at the rate of knots. 61, 7 overs, 42 legal deliveries. All still very manageable for Zimbabwe. You just feel White holds a big key. Oh, big shout on! Oh, it's a team hat-trick. It's a team hat-trick for Wales. 2 wickets in the previous over. Wicket of the first ball of the next over. Wicket, and now this game has changed. 87 for 1. The Australians are on my left. 87 for 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, let's also acknowledge this wonderful innings from White. 54. He set it up beautifully. He deserves the applause. But having seen 2 of his partners go in quick succession, he follows suit with a favourable LBW decision from umpire Pillay. He'll take the applause from his teammates. But this game has just turned on its head in the last 5 minutes. Wayne Barham, well, is All sorts happening. It's a tumble dryer at the moment. It's a washing machine. It's going around and around and around, and it's slightly messy for Zimbabwe, the scorecard. They did all the hard work, 87 for 1, and now it's all changed around in 3 balls. A team hat-trick. Bring them in, Matt Phillips. Bring them in. Build that pressure. 2 players, between them they haven't faced a delivery. Now you don't want to give away cheap runs. What's the thought process now in that Zimbabwe camp? How do they get out of this hole? Slightly short cut, straight to the field who misfields, and that is the single. The discipline is key now for Wales. They don't want to give away easy runs. Wayne Parham is off the mark. Oh, just a bit of calmness to proceedings. Last 4 deliveries, 3 wickets and 1. Rory McWade takes guard for the first time. Very good from Matt Phillips, on the money. Oh, I said earlier, the value of a couple of tight overs and White's wicket. You add that to the equation and suddenly you're looking at a different game. It's not to say Zimbabwe are out, it's never done till it's done, but there might be a lady that's warming up her voice. 9.2 is already an imposing required run rate for the majority of this innings. 2 new batters at the crease. Phillips goes short, straight to the fielder. Wow, it's fielded with the one hand, always the danger of spinning away, but under control for Wales. Dropped it short, lucky to get away with that, Matt Phillips. Could have been more than a single for Rory McWade, who's off the mark. So Parham 1, McWade 1, Phillips 1 for 2. Fuller goes on the cut when forward press would have probably been more advised, but easier said than done. 89 for 4. Phillips wants to finish strong. It's going to put more pressure on Zimbabwe. 59 to win. After this, we have 6 overs remaining. Brilliant fielding. The inner ring alert. You've got to support your bowler. Wales have done exactly that. Matt Phillips with a productive over, 1 for 2. That's 14 gone. 89 for 4. The required run rate just short of double figures. Mark Davies will bowl out, having taken... Oh, he's on a hat-trick. We had a team hat-trick. He's on a hat-trick. 2 for 18. Does the captain give him extra attacking fielder? Are they mindful? Are they alert to that? I'm sure Mark Davies will tell them, listen, Skip, I'm on a hat-trick. Oh, was he back in time? 2 questions asked. Thought that there might have been a little edge, and then the mis-stumping, or the stumping, but the foot was back. Oh, wonderful from Mark Davies. Almost another storyline for him to take back home. Dropped slightly short, and it's whipped away. There's a fielder. Malith Madhurasinghe.
Single 1.
McWade on 2, Parham on 1, 15th over, 90 for 4. Sweep around the corner. Lap sweep, well, he's got to put on some skates to get there, but easily done. 2 more runs to Parham. He's on to 3. Mark Davis will just say, right, as long as we keep this under 9s, 8s, build that last period of pressure. He's conceded 3. Halfway through his over. His last over. Again, tries the sweep. Doesn't connect, should be a leg by. Wait for the signal from the umpire from Australia, who says no, there was a little feather. Jeff Charlesworth gives credit to the batter. Well, I won't mind that, Mark Davies. As long as they don't concede boundaries, continue to push that required run rate up. It's now 10.5. This is an important delivery. He's conceded 5. Can he squeeze a dot out of this? Sweep used again, this time to good effect, and will pierce the gap and will get 4. So he's failed to protect the boundary of the last delivery, but it is the end of a very good Mark Davies spell. 4 overs, 2 for 27. Parham he fancies that sweep. That's the one thing that Welsh will be looking at. If you go too full,
98.
he'll go on the sweep.
98.
98 for 4. McWade 3, Parham 8. That makes it flat 10 required. 10s to the over from this point on for the next 5. That will get them home. 148. Matt Phillips will bowl his second over. $50 to get. Partnership worth 11.
Stop the line, forget about the boundaries.
Just one step back and then skies it, doesn't time it at all. And that's where one of the boundary fielders finds himself, and it is long out there. Boundaries is key. 10 to the over. Who's going to make the first move in this partnership, McWade or Parham? Offside, there's a cover field on the fence. Leg side heavily protected. Long on, mid wicket, backward square. That's 3 on the fence. Long off is out on the fence. The rest in the inner circle. Fine leg, third man up. I don't fancy they're going to tickle deliveries towards that area. Well, here comes the reverse sweep. As I say that, very well protected.
100% please.
So it just shows visually batter is thinking, okay, if it's slightly short, I'm going to turn my body around, try and beat the fielder that's in that third position, and then get 4. That's my other boundary options. It's slow, straight to the fielder. Pressure continues to build. Parham is on 8. That run rate has jumped from 10 at the start of the over to 10.9 after 3 deliveries. Phillips in a good spell, 1 for 3. He's bowled 9 deliveries. Again, no real timing on that. They'll still think 2, and the slip allows them to get through for 2. Matt Phillips will take that. The next 2 deliveries key to that analysis. Can they get the 10 required? They need to go at 10s for the remainder of the innings. 100 is up on the board. Parham on 10. McWade on 4. Again, they'll take that result. Wales. Big finish needed by Phillips. He's conceded only 4. Words of encouragement from the Welsh fielders. Slightly short again, this time rocks onto the back foot quickly. Great fielding again by Welsh. They've protected the boundary. Tight over from Matt Phillips. 5 off it, 103 for 4. That leaves 45 to get. And now we're down to 4 overs. Excellent bowling by Matt Phillips. So the chat between McWade and Parham has probably got to be, well, time's running out. Someone's got to make the move, or both of us has to make the move. We're not going to get 45 dabbing the ball around, so we've got to take risk, and it's risk against reward. If we go down fighting, then so be it. If it comes off, might just have a different result. Back to Mike Can. So it's a forced change with Davies bowled out. So Can was expensive. He's 1 over cost 10. Needs to be tighter, although he knows they need to chase him. They need to come after him. He's a seasoned campaigner. He's written the book. Knows exactly what to expect. He knows how he would bat against this situation. Powerful hitter himself. So he'll probably just have to reverse the thought process and say, what do I want at this stage chasing 45 and what do I not want? 11.3. That's what's left on the board in the next 4 overs. Who's going to be the hero for Zimbabwe, or is it going to be another Welsh win? Cloud cover that's moving in from the left that will be welcomed by the players, especially in the field, but nothing that's going to bring any rain. After this, another blockbuster, USA against Australia. Australia winning in their first outing against Zimbabwe by 2 wickets. USA going down to Wales by 14 runs. They face each other on this field in the next, let's call it give or take 48 minutes if you want to be exact. Oh, that's the start Can want it. Only one. Ones aren't enough for Zimbabwe. They'll probably want to have a look, but the look can't be too long. It's going to be look and play. Plug and play. There's the sweep shot out of anger, but straight to the fielder, and it's a heavily protected leg side fence from Mike Can. That's what he wants to do, drift the ball into the legs of the player that's batting. No one protecting one on the leg side, and they don't need to. It's the 3 boundary runners, 3 boundary options, very well protected, straight boundary protected, mid on or long on, long off. He cuts, can't beat the inner field, only one. Perfect execution from Mike Can and Wales. 3 from 3, they'll take that now. Where does Wayne Parham go? What does he do differently? How does he change the Wales approach? Tries to go against the grain again. Ball is delivered outside off, tries to swing it across. That's not his boundary option. Boundary option is to go inside out over the top on the offside. That's where he can get a boundary. Or if he really produces a power shot, he's hitting with the wind. The wind is coming across from, as you look at it, left to right. But it's going to be a big hit to clear the boundary and beat the field. Oh, that's not going to do the business. Pressure builds. Mike Can, only 3 off it. 5 deliveries gone. That run rate at 13, almost 13 and a half. Big delivery. Now pushes the long off back, straight to the fence. Says, I don't want to concede any boundary here. 1, 2 is fine. 4 and 6, no do. No can do. Here comes Can. It's full, beautifully delivered by Mike Can. That experience, invaluable. Only 3 off it. What a time to produce an over that cost 3. Run rate required now 14. 106 for 4. 3 overs now remaining. Surely Phillips will bowl his 3rd. Is at the end of the Zimbabwe charge. Here we go. This, you just feel It's got to happen in this over. They've got to take a big chunk out of this target in this over. Easier said than done. Slightly short. Whips it away towards the boundary. Can't be cut off. Four. Big moment. Boundary of the first delivery. Well, Matt Phillips, slightly short, is going to be a bit of an opportunity for Zimbabwe, especially if they beat that inner ring that's tight on the leg side. Man saving one in the circle. Backward square. You want to be full here. That's where your protection lies as well. McWade into double figures. He's 11. Claremont 12. 110 for 4. 38 to get. 17 deliveries remain. That's a better from Phillips. Does he beat the inner circle? No. They think 2. They'll push 2. They need to do it. That time of the match, you need to take every opportunity you can get. McWade helps himself to 2. Still way off that required rate, but 6 will help off the first 2 deliveries. Can they get 15, 16 maybe? Boundaries, they need boundaries. Not going to do it there. Brilliant glove work by keeper Finn. Quick to whip off those bails. That's good lengths by Matt Phillips.
Required run rate is 14.
Again, just a bit of bounce as well from Phillips. Just off a length that bounced alarmingly for McWade. Thought about a shot and had to change his mind and adjust. So having conceded a boundary of the first delivery of the over, Phillips has done nicely to bring it back. Bowling to his field. It's excellent from Phillips. 7 off it. 1 delivery remaining. It's halfway of what they require every over. So they can't get a 7. So they're going to fall further behind after this over.
Kenny will not, this last over that he bowls now is not going to be a foul.
Reverse sweep used. Didn't get all of it, so it should be cut off, but will be 2. Good work on the fence by Malet Madhurasinghe. That's the end of the Phillips over. 9 off it. Still behind the 8 ball. That required run rate suddenly says 16.5. 2 overs remaining. 115 for 4. McWade and Perrin both on 14. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. It's that time. It's slot time. You can't afford any dots anymore. It's done. You need to go at almost 3 per ball.
We need him back here on the road. Miles in no man's land.
3 per delivery, that's 18 off and over. They need 16 and a half. Mike Can. His last over, well, it's his 3rd over. It's not his last of his allotted 4, but will be his last for the match because we only have 2 left. So he can't bowl anything after this. But that experience has proved valuable again, having, remember, leaked 10 off his first over. Second one went for 3. Heavily favoured leg side field, that's what he's protecting. 3 on the leg side fence. And then quicker onto that 4th stump line. Finn has a bit of a catch and throw and catch with himself. 18, there we go. It's now alarmingly, it's an alarming target, imposing one for Zimbabwe. 115 for 4. It's been a very disciplined bowling effort by Welsh. Slightly short. That one is cut. Will beat the inner circle. Has it got enough legs? The answer is yes, and that's 4. McWade on to 18. They need a lot more of those. Mike Can will just rethink his strategy. if he is going to drop it short outside off stump, he's saying, well, it's a big hit out there. That's why he's saying keep on doing it. It's 80 meters. So I'll rather protect the shorter boundary from the pitch that we're playing. That's on the leg side. Plus it's with the wind that you're hitting. No change needed. Full, beautifully bowled by Mike Gann. There's calls for 2. That will be ill-advised. Brilliant fielding by Wales. 28 to win off 9 deliveries. You can do the math at home. You need a couple of maximums and you need it pretty quickly. Mike Gann just having a look up at his field. Oh, it's just full. You can't get under that. It's a beautiful length by Mike Gann. At the start, at the toss, remember Zimbabwe asked Wales to bat. I was talking a lot around that 140 mark. Par score being 140. Wales got slightly above that, 147. And look where we are, 18.4 overs, 121. Missed his mark there. It's a full toss, 1 bounce forward towards the USA team that's warming up for their fixture against Australia. Second boundary off the over. Gann has 1 delivery to go. He's conceded 10. Required run rate just short of 20. So we will go to the final over, and whoever bowls it will have the luxury of a 20. Unless this one goes big. It doesn't. Gann, excellently done, having pulled back. Remember, 10 off his first over. His next 2 cost 13. 125 for 4. So there is the equation. It's pretty simple. Zimbabwe, you need 23, 6 balls to come. It's for a ball. Boundary or delivery. So here we go. Phillips says, I'll take the responsibility. I back my skill set. I'm not going to leak 23 of this final over. Parham and McWade, what do you have in the tank? Where are you going to score 23 runs? Boundary wise, you're hitting on the leg side boundary, you're hitting into the wind. That's going to be a very tough hit. So here we go. It's happy hour. Flat bat straight towards the fielder. They have to probably come back. They say no, legs are done. They played yesterday. They don't have the energy to push the 2. That should be game, set and match for Wales. They'll go back to back in this tournament. 126 for 4. McWade 23, Parham 16. Phillips has been phenomenal. Has a big smash. It's just the length is just immaculate from Phillips. Can't get under it, can't clear the fence. There's nothing you can do about it, Mr. McWade. It's just too good. The discipline is too good from Wales. 33 from 4 balls. Oh, that's done. You're not going to get that. Let's not put the commentators' curse on them. That's the big shot straight to the keeper, wicket. And I must say, Matt Phillips deserves that. He's just been too good. He's phenomenal effort. Catch to Jason Finn. Shouldn't be dropping that, Jason, especially off the captain's bowling, because that's going to be a tough week. McWade's innings comes to an end, 23. Partnership of 39 between McWade and Parham. Kenyan Zeal walks out with, well, not much he can do. He won't win the game from this point on. Probably say to himself, let's just have a bit of a smash for 3 deliveries, or a bit of a not out. An asterisk next to your name, nothing wrong with that. Come off and say, well, didn't lose my wicket. Matt Phillips has been a star in the bowling department, 2 for 17. McWade gets the applause from his teammates. Tried his best. Damage was just done. The 147 was an imposing target. Always going to be tough chasing 148. You needed a good start, but the discipline that Welsh showed and the pressure that they applied from the onset with the new ball has kept Zimbabwe always needing a bit extra, just a bit more than they probably anticipated. And this is the final rights of this match. First one is knocked into the gap. Should be more than one. Can get to the boundary and will get to the boundary. Nice start for Kenyan Zeal. Matt Phillips, 2 for 21. 2 deliveries to conclude proceedings, and then we have about a 30-minute break before we have the USA against Australia. Well, the alarm's going off for Zimbabwe. It's not going to be the victory they were after. Zeal will just tap this onto the leg side boundary, or leg side for one. Vacant territory there. So, drop bat from Mr. Parham. I'm sure the fines master is watching. Last ball, Matt Phillips, 2 for 22. It's the twos, 2 for 22. Zimbabwe going down by 2 wickets yesterday to Australia. 16 short of the target, 17 short of victory at the moment. Here we go, it's a full toss, friendly full toss, straight out to the man on the fence. And unfortunately, Zimbabwe will be 0 out of 2 in this tournament, and Wales will be perfect, 2 out of 2, having taken care of the USA yesterday by 14 runs, and today victorious again by 15 runs. They increase it gradually, marginally, but excellent effort, all-round effort by Wales. Zimbabwe falling short in pursuit of 148. They finish on 132 for 5. Wayne Parham unbeaten on 17. Kenyan Zeal 5 of the 2 deliveries that he faced. But Wales full value for another W, and they will shake hands and come off and feel very happy about what they've done in this over-55 international tournament. Give you a summary of the scorecard if you have just joined us, just to bring you up to speed with what has transpired. We had a 30-minute late start, but a thrilling game of cricket nonetheless. Wales scoring 147 for 4. Geraint Davis making 42 of 38 deliveries. Little cameos by Mike Cann, who played an all-round part today, 29 of 24. David Herbert with 29 of 30. And then Jimmy White deserves the credit. He really tried everything, 54 of 34 deliveries, but not enough to get Zimbabwe there. Matt Phillips, 2 for 23. Mark Davis, 2 for 27, sharing 4 of the wickets to fall. And then the rest was done by the bowlers used just from an economical department. They were better, and Zimbabwe will probably rue the 3 missed chances in the field. They had 3 opportunities, grasped 3, and that came out to also hurt them in the final analysis. But the credit goes to Wales, winning by 15 runs. Do stay tuned. We will bring you USA against Australia. That's coming up at 2:30. Congratulations to Wales. 2 out of 2 for them in this tournament. Zimbabwe will go back to the drawing board.